Of the kibbutz, I always take a shower, a long, long, long shower, because I think about all these people who were murdered here, and all the pain and sadness that was taking place here. I remember the fear I had here.
But she's on the other side of this community's debate. She wants to preserve the damage so the world cannot doubt or deny.
I think some of the houses should be kept as they are, burned, because this is a very strong evidence. Nobody would be able to say that this has not happened. And what I'm worried is that if we demolish these buildings,
Yeah, sorry about that. Internet decided to go kaput, but that doesn't stop us. They would have to go kaput for, like, ever, really. Interesting. I'm not even sure what causes that bullshit, but it does. Anyways.
and people will say, really? It didn't really happen. You're exaggerating. No, the houses didn't burn down completely.
The community has yet to decide what to do with the houses that did burn to the studs, with everything inside. This was once a piano. Today it's mangled strings, its rusted frame, once played by Oded Lifshitz. He was a gifted player, here performing a song that asks, will our house not be destroyed? Will our love survive? He married Yocheved more than 60 years ago. They were abducted to Gaza together. He remains there, feared dead. She was released in November 2023 and attended the Nir Oz rebuilding ceremony with their son Ishar.
I want him to return. I hope that he returns and that everyone comes back and that he comes back healthy. And if he's not, we'll take care of him.
The Lifshitz were among Nir Oz's first residents. Back then, the story of Nir Oz was the story of Israel. In the mid-1950s, they considered themselves pioneers, hoping to transform uninhabited land near the Gaza Strip into an oasis and communal farm.
We planted around 20,000 trees in the desert.
Ron Paka is a landscape architect who helped create Nir Oz. He and the other residents held a ceremony to mark the demolition that will begin reconstruction. They know that once again, Nir Oz is the story of Israel. This time, as a community whose country failed to protect them and must decide how to move on from October the 7th.
I say it's sad that we have to destroy the old houses, but it's a happy day that we're beginning the renewing of the community. I think it will be better than it was.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
we have enough courage to rebuild it.
It's really emotional and really mixed all together. What can we do? I don't want to, be hating forever.
Hatred and hurt, but also hope to create a new future. BBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Today, the American Civil Liberties Union sued the Trump administration over the president's executive order targeting gender-affirming care for minors. The lawsuit says Trump's actions, quote, unconstitutionally usurp congressional authority by withholding lawfully appropriated federal funds and violate the rights of trans youth by, quote, depriving them of necessary medical care solely on the basis of their sex and transgender status. Our White House correspondent Laura Burrow-Lopez has been covering this and joins us now. So, Laura, just lay out the scope for us of the president's executive order and what's happened since it was signed.
Last week, President Trump signed an executive order targeting gender-affirming care for minors, and that action states that the federal government will not fund, sponsor, promote, assist, or support the so-called transition of a child from one sex to another. And we should note that that order defines child as anyone under the age of 19, which includes legal adults in many states. The order also threatens to withhold federal funding from hospitals or institutions that may also happen to provide gender-affirming care, and that's led some providers, even in states that protect this kind of care, to suspend it. Children's National in D.C. said that it is pausing all puberty blockers and hormone treatment prescriptions for youth. Reports of similar moves are also in Colorado and New York, which led New York Attorney General Letitia James. She told providers that canceling care would violate state law. We should note, Amna, that gender-affirming care is endorsed by the majority of major U.S. medical associations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics.
I know you've been talking to a family in Texas who says they're feeling an immediate impact. What are they telling you?
A couple of years ago, we interviewed a Texas family, John, Mary, and their now 14-year-old trans daughter, Leah, who changed their name to protect their identity. And after Texas banned gender-affirming care for minors, they started going to New Mexico for treatment. We spoke to John and Mary again today, and since the executive order, they say that they haven't been able to get a hold of their doctor in New Mexico. They were actually planning to try to move to Colorado, one of the states that supports and provides gender-affirming care for minors. But Leah had her bags packed and was ready to go. But now they say that the signals from Colorado are murky, and it's unclear if they're going to continue to provide treatments. And here's John.
It was definitely going to be just a safer move, and to be in a place where our daily lives just felt safe and accepted was worth the effort to do that move. But now with these executive orders, he's already talked about going after sanctuary states if they don't comply with his orders. So we're kind of now in this weird floating place where, yeah, we want to get out of here, but can we really go anywhere where we're going to be safe?
Leah's parents told us that she has enough medication, that's puberty blockers and hormone treatment, to last until about June, but they don't know what may happen after that, Amna.
So, Laura, back it up here. What is the White House argument for this executive order, and what is the ACLU saying their legal argument is to challenge it here?
The White House claims that this is about protecting children, and they've increasingly described gender-affirming care in graphic and sometimes disdainful terms, calling it, quote, chemical castration and, quote, mutilation. And it's important to fact-check that treatments like puberty blockers are commonly used and are reversible, and gender-affirming care for minors is rare. All gender-affirming care treatments are part of extensive evaluations between doctors and families. But the White House's main argument here is that with this action and other sweeping actions that they've taken so far, they say that the president has the authority to stop funding from going to anything that they believe is against or the opposite of the president's ideological agenda. Now we spoke to Chase Strangio, who's an attorney at ACLU, who argues the opposite.
President Trump simply does not have the authority to attempt to cut off federal funding for institutions that provide medical care for transgender adolescents, and that he is directing his federal agencies to violate federal law that in fact protects the provision of this care. We're also arguing that these attempts to restrict care violate the individual constitutional rights of transgender adolescents and their parents.
Now, Chase said that their argument also is saying that the transgender people are protected under the Equal Protection Rights Clause against discrimination based on sex, and this is also about due process rights of parents. And I should note, Amna, that I accidentally said that gender-affirming care for minors is rare. It's gender-affirming care surgery for minors is incredibly rare.
Thank you for that important clarification. But a broader look here now, when you look at the rights of transgender people, where does this move from the Trump administration fit into any broader pattern that we've seen?
Trump's actions have been very sweeping when it comes to trying to dismantle some transgender rights. That includes instructing the government to acknowledge only 2 genders, moving trans women to men's prisons, directing the DOD to reinstitute the trans military ban, and stopping social transitioning in schools. And tomorrow we are expecting that the president will sign another executive action that would ban trans athletes from playing on girls' and women's school sports teams. Amna.
I mean, I play it just to kind of keep people up to date on what's going on in the world. I mean, usually I'm not talking anyway, so at least somebody's talking, and they're saying things of value. You know, like really knowledgeable people who knows what they're saying, and you know, so it's like you're able to see video games now, like playing like certain games. I don't really do the videos, like a game like Sekiro. Actually, I was gonna wait to play Sekiro. I wanted to finish this video and then I was gonna play Sekiro. Let me actually do like one more round of Call of Duty, and then I'll jump into Sekiro because I did want to finish this video. It's kind of because like since I don't talk that much, I just, you know, to have some kind of conversation happening. Ideally, I would love to have conversations about what's going on in the video, but it's up to the individual if they want to comment on such things or not. I guess I watch enough of that kind of thing anyway, kind of coming here to get away from it sometimes. True, and that's one of the issues I have. That's one of the things, like, I'm not sure how to play it, because it's like, yeah, giving people a way to escape what's going on in the world, like, I 100% get. And it's just like because I'll be watching, like, because I wake up and I start streaming, and then I'll be watching something, and it'll be like, damn, dude, like, I would love to have like a conversation about this, or this is crazy, I wonder if anybody has seen it. And then it makes me want to kind of like show it while I'm streaming. 9 times out of 10, nobody's even in here anyway. But I know it definitely doesn't help when it comes to like me growing my audience, because you're right, a lot of people do come here to kind of get away from the news. It's just sometimes I feel uncomfortable. It's weird. It's like I literally feel uncomfortable just allowing people to not be aware of what's going on, especially because what's going on is so jarring. Like, everything that's been happening is so jarring, and it's just insanity. It's like they literally elected a Nazi into the White House, and now him and his Nazi homies are like freaking, they have access to our Social Security. They're getting ready to, you know, give even more tax breaks to the filthy, insanely rich, and then put the burden on us. It's just like all these things are so important I find it hard sometimes to not want to talk about it while I'm streaming. And being that I don't read up on it as much, I would rather play a video of people who are like knowledgeable about it, talk about it. Have you ever heard of this website called Ground News?
Laura Barone Lopez, thank you.
Thank you.
What makes a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, but I mean, you don't really need to pay too much attention to the gameplay. It's not like I'm really exemplary at the game or like I'm anything amazing. I mean, and you can kind of like watch the game because I do. It's like let's say there's like a basketball game or football game on, and I'm playing video games. Like I'll kind of like see it out of the corner of my eye, but I'm really playing the game. You're right. I do pay more attention to one thing than the other. If you're watching me play, that's cool. But you can listen to, or maybe what I could do is maybe eliminate the video and just have the sound. But even, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not sure. But, because it's like you can kind of pay attention to, both things loosely, especially since I'm not talking. And then in situations like this, when you're actually responding and I'm having a conversation, I'm going to end up pausing the game as well as pausing the video, most likely, to have the conversation, because definitely talking while the video is playing, that's horrible. Like somebody's already told me to like stop doing that shit. It's like horrible. And then, because really what I'm hoping to have happen is the videos that I'm playing will kind of spark a discussion of things that should be talked about, and it really shouldn't be neglected. Like, these people really are slowly gaining more and more control of our government and our social media. Like, I'm streaming on a platform that's owned by Jeff Bezos, because Amazon bought Twitch and Jeff Bezos owns Amazon, right? And people also use Twitter. Elon Musk runs Twitter, and now it's like, and now he is in charge of our like Department of Treasury. So not only are they able to control what we see, they control our money. You know, freaking Mark Zuckerberg took out the fact checker off of Facebook. So they can just pump whatever the fuck they want in our face, and we just have to take it. So they can so like let's say you're a 9 to 5er. I don't know what time it is by you, but like I stream all throughout the night, right? So let's say you're a 9 to 5er. You wake up, you catch the morning news, they're just pumping you full of shit, whatever the fuck it is. And so now you finish your work day and you just want to turn off, right? So, and which is 100% understandable. You're stressed, you hear this is going on, you hear that's going on, you want to lock it off. It's like, okay, yeah, I do get why you might do it for sure, but I'm not your target audience for that kind of content, preaching to the choir, so to speak. True. And that's good. And that honestly, that's a beautiful thing. You know, it's good. And for me, it's good to know, because I live in a red state. I live in Florida. I could throw a rock in any direction, and there's like a Trump and Elon Musk cocksucker like right around the corner. You know what I mean? So I usually only tune in when you're playing GT7 anyway. Nah, I mean, I appreciate, no, but obviously me playing the video, okay, even if just the annoyance of it caused you to say something, right? And if you actually, I mean, it's just PBS. PBS is cool. And maybe because I've been streaming, like my whole internet just backed out a while ago, but I've been streaming since around 8 p.m. Eastern time, and like yeah, I am preaching to the choir to an extent, and I do hope to cultivate a community of mostly of progressive people, liberal minded people, but I just want open minded people to come in and hear. And if they have, like, okay, I could give you a gem. I talked about it earlier in the stream, which was like fucking like 6 hours ago, right? But have you, oh my goodness, my back, oh my god, I literally killed myself. Have you ever heard of ground news? Like, I am preaching to the choir, but maybe you might get something from me or one of my streams that you didn't know about. I asked somebody earlier if they ever heard of ground news, and they were like, no, I've never heard of it. So I was like, oh, sweet. Well, ground news is here. I'll show you. I don't think so, but trust me, I'm aware of what's going on. No, this is, oh, hang on, I didn't mean to do that. We need to delete that. Delete this. Delete. Yes. And it's good that you are, but bro, the fact that Trump got elected president, like they repeatedly kept saying like, yo, homie's a fascist. Like, homie's racist as fuck. You know what I mean? And he still got elected because people are upset about like transgender rights, which is like 0.5% of the population. So because of 0.5% of the population, America essentially gave the most powerful country in the world over to Nazis because of 0.5%. And yeah, it's good that you are aware, and you should continue. Here, let me show you what ground news is. It's really cool. I think it's window. Yeah, it's window. Oh, let me show you what ground news is before. It's a really cool website that shows. Well, actually, it has both. It has like everything on it. It has left wing as well as right wing articles on it, and it also shows. It also has like neutral articles, like very neutral articles, and it literally shows the percentage of what side is covering what more or not at all. I just found out about this website like 2 months ago. I never knew ground news existed, but I think it's a really good source to get information like this because you're able to literally see all sides. Like you're literally able to see the left side, the right side, as well as like right down the middle. And you can and that from that perspective, you could pick and choose if you wanna go ahead and just read, all of the more right wing articles. Shit, I mean, they're there. Sites sorted and everything. If you want to read the left, it's there. If you want to read articles right down the middle, it's there. Like, I was very surprised about this website. I thought it was really cool. And yeah, so but anyways, yeah, I'll check you later. You should. You would find it interesting because it has like all sorts of stuff. I want like, if you come back, I'll show you. But yeah, man, I'm here for sure. Later, yo. Where is this? What am I looking for? I'm looking for my PBS.
Executive order signed by President Trump aims to end a 127-year-old precedent clarifying universal birthright citizenship. Instead, the president is aiming to fulfill a campaign promise to limit citizenship at birth to people with at least one parent who is a permanent resident or U.S. citizen.
That order is on hold until a court hearing on Thursday. Stephanie Tsai reports now on how the history and the legacy of birthright citizenship.
How's anyone? Over pork buns and tea, the Wong family welcomed the Lunar New Year with what they see as unwelcome news.
I won't say it wasn't a surprise, but, it happened so quickly.
It's frightening, actually.
Birthright. That's a big one.
President Trump's attack on birthright citizenship hits home for Norman Wong and his sister Sandra.
I'm proud of what my great-grandfather, Wong Kim Ark, did because he stood up.
It was their late relative, Wong Kim Ark, whose fight for birthright citizenship led to a pivotal 1898 Supreme Court case.
The fact that case did not go
Law
to trial
professor Amanda Frost details Wong Kim Ark's story in her book, You Are Not American.
He was born in the United States, and the government, they argued that he was not, in fact, a citizen of the United States.
Wong Kim Ark was born in San Francisco's Chinatown in the early 1870s. His parents were merchants who were living in the country legally. As a result of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, ratified just a few years earlier, he was by virtue of birth an American citizen.
The first sentence of the 14th Amendment provides that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. And that clause very simply was intended to ensure that everyone born on U.S. soil is a citizen, with minor exceptions.
The primary goal of the amendment was to overrule the Supreme Court's infamous Dred Scott decision, which held that no black person, free or enslaved, could be a citizen of the United States.
The Reconstruction Congress and the nation, post-Civil War, post-slavery, said, no, we need to end that. We need to integrate the black residents of our country fully into our country as equal members.
And Frost says it deliberately applied to the children of immigrants born on American soil.
This was also explicitly discussed. The Reconstruction Congress and the nation knew that birthright citizenship would apply equally to the children of all immigrants.
By the late 1800s, Chinese immigrants were vilified, in part due to an economic downturn and rising unemployment among white Americans. Anti-Chinese sentiment was enshrined by the federal government in the Chinese Exclusion Act. In August 1895, government officials sought to take this a step further.
They were looking for a test case to challenge birthright citizenship. They specifically and very clearly wanted to challenge it for the children of Chinese immigrants, and they chose Wong Kim Ark.
Then a cook working in San Francisco, Wong was prevented from re-entering the country after a visit to China.
He had proper papers. They just didn't want him in.
The government denied he was a citizen by birth, at least in part because of his race, language, color, and dress. With support from Chinese community groups, Wong appealed to the Supreme Court.
By himself, he couldn't have done it. The fact that there were other people that stood up alongside with them made a difference.
In 1898, the court decided 6-2 in his favor in a landmark judgment.
The text of the 14th Amendment speaks in universal terms and does not make any distinction based on race. It says all persons born are citizens. It's why the Supreme Court upheld that provision. For Wong Kim Ark, even if they didn't believe in the sentiment, they couldn't deny the scope of the text.
Today, Wong Kim Ark is seen as an Asian American pioneer. The court's decision paved the way for generations of children to become citizens.
I'm a product of these laws, so if those laws were never here, I probably would never get born. It's amazing that they caught them. This is Mom, Kimiko Takeuchi.
For the Wongs, President Trump's executive order also brings back much more recent family history on their mother's side.
The beginning of America's war with Japan opened very badly for America's Navy.
In the aftermath of the Pearl Harbor attack, an executive order by President Roosevelt authorized the incarceration of more than 70,000 Japanese Americans. That included the Wong's mother, who was only 16 years old at the time, pictured here with her family waiting for a bus to take them to a detention facility. Decades later, the government would apologize and offer survivors reparations.
No payment can make up for those lost years. For here, we admit a wrong. Here, we reaffirm our commitment as a nation to equal justice under the law.
With a family story rooted in challenges to citizenship, Norman Wong worries that this struggle will carry on to the next generation. His granddaughter is half Asian American, half Mexican American.
I really think that this effort, latest effort, it's actually directed against the people of Latin America and Mexico.
America should actually look out for the interests of our citizens first, and that means that if you're here permanently and lawfully, your kid becomes an American citizen. If you're not here permanently, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and don't plan to be, why would we make those people's children American citizens permanently?
Whether children born to undocumented or temporary immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. is the crux of the Trump administration's argument. But that clause of the 14th Amendment has only ever been applied to exclude two groups, says Professor Amanda Frost: the children of foreign diplomats, and until a federal law in 1924, children born into Native American tribes.
So that phrase clearly does exclude those very unusual narrow groups of people. Undocumented immigrants are fully subject to U.S. jurisdiction. All of the laws and policies of the U.S. apply to them. If they violate a traffic law, they're fined or jailed just like the rest of us. The Supreme Court rejected that argument in 1898, and I still don't see its logic today.
Besides, Frost says birthright citizenship is a fundamental American value that makes the country stronger.
The United States is unusual in our ability to integrate new immigrants and the children of immigrants. Other countries don't do that nearly as well as we do. Children of immigrants thrive in America, and I think they're one of the reasons that America is an economic superpower.
And a military one. At the same time that Norman Wong's mother was in a Japanese internment camp, his father, whose right to citizenship had been guaranteed by Wong Kim Ark's legal victory, was serving the U.S. Navy in World War II.
So what is the experience of your family, your great-grandfather, your mother? What has it taught you about the American experience?
I say if you're here, we're all Americans. It should be a dream, not a nightmare. I think we're turning this country into one side gets the dream, the other side gets just fear. The American experience is what we create, and that creation.
Juan Mayo, bro, you need to learn how to duck, bro. 9 and 19, you killed us, bro. Learn how to not get shot. Fuck Donald Trump.
Wasn't fixed in stone.
The bedrock has been shaken before, and the fight over what it means to be American is not over. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Tsai.
And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, thank you for joining us.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through philanthropic support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
Face-off domination. Secure the objective.
Progress is a philosophy, a choice, a reason to keep going. Introducing
position. Are you really gonna say no? Like,
it's not fun being from New York. I'm traumatized. We left the other day. We went to Colmado Cafe and I got a stale face on. I didn't even realize it, bro. You can't let people even look like you could be played with.
This performance artist, she did this installation where she was completely naked and there was a table in front of her with like a little sign that said, "I'm not gonna move for 6 hours." On the table was like some lipstick, some markers, and a loaded gun. She's quoted as saying, "I was ready to die."
A victory light. Hey, folks, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VLNN News Network. Today we have an alarming story about a Dominican woman who has taken refuge in Karachi, Pakistan. Right now on the scene we have our very own Farnsworth Billingbottom, and he is live on the scene reporting on the situation. Farnsworth, are you there?
Yes, that's right. I'm here corresponding Farnsworth Nipple-Licking Billingsley, reporting for the Bean on Toast, and I'm here in my Nike Tech, and it's a bit warm here in Pakistan, where we're joined here by a Dominican woman who seems to have sought out refuge, it appears, from her lover, who has apparently has committed infidelity, and we're joined here by her today, and we're here to ask her a few questions. So,
what I don't understand is why are you talking to me? Why are you speaking to me?
Well, I don't understand. I mean, we were made aware of the situation. Naturally, it's newsworthy. So I slid out here in my Nike Tech as per Central C, and I just figured that we might ask you
what I'm doing here.
Yes,
you guys, I don't see no goats. I don't see no land. I don't see no rupees. I don't see nobody taking down what I'm asking for.
Farnsworth, via satellite, it's hard to tap in correctly. Is she asking if we have livestock?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
This is the problem. You see, I'm here and nobody's listening to what I'm saying. You asking questions and you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not fucking leaving. I want land. I want you to name the river after me.
This has been quite a turn of events. I'm not sure what's going on, but we're going to report back to.
We're not going to do anything. Actually, I don't understand why y'all making such a fucking big deal out of this. Now it's illegal for bitches to occupy land. Now I can't take over a political refugee. Now, what the fuck? Why I can't take over the office?
Ma'am, I feel like the question here is. Why?
And that's the problem. Why? You're asking me questions. Well, I'm minding my business. I don't even know why there's microphones in front of me. The more microphones you put here, the more land I want.
Hold on a second. Hey,
what's going on here? What's going on? Hey, you in the Nike Tech, get down. Get on your fucking knees.
Hey, what's the guy in the Metro Beat? Come in, get on the ground.
Hey, Consuela, we found her.
Yeah, we got her.
Yeah, home base, we found her.
We found her.
She's over.
Yeah, she's in the fucking Dominican.
I told you. No, she's over here in Pakistan. She's over here in Pakistan.
I just saw that. She's embarrassing me in front of company.
Doing satanic black magic.
Listen, let me tell you something. We don't do this in America,
we don't
bro.
Do all
That's why we're not over there. That's why we over here, right?
Well, guess what? America is everywhere.
That's
everywhere
right,
is America. USA, USA. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
And you didn't even know I got two snipers on y'all right now.
Oh shit!
A victory light. Yo, fucking cowards! Listen, shorty in Pakistan is just like us.
Yep.
You know what I mean? She's in a foreign land. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure shit out. That's what we're doing right now in the United States of America.
Yep.
You heard? It's episode 80-9. You heard? Of the motherfucking best podcast on the planet, the best show, bitch. Best audio, best video, best everything. God damn it. We got Liz Velotisa Matatana and the motherfucking building Super Bitch NYC. We got the Yap God, you know what I'm saying? Radio Valle, you know what I'm saying? Hurst Boys General in the motherfucking building. We got Mintran, young prodigy, you know what I'm saying? In the motherfucking building. God damn it. Uncle Victor's here in spirit, you know what I'm saying? He's getting his hair deconditioned right now. You know what I'm saying? The Dominican lady
He
gave us scalp massage. Talking about, mi
he
amor.
getting the tratamiento right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
He's like
saying?
keratin. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you know who's not getting that tratamiento? Who's over here just with his finger hovering over the glazed button? It's the God himself. It's the blend God. He's getting your girl screaming like, man, it don't matter where she's at. You know what I mean? It could be R&B, it could be hip hop, bro. It could be open format. He's doing it all, baby. Goddammit. It's the one and only Hassan Insane. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yo, we here.
Yep, and real quick, at the top of the show, I come bearing gifts.
Oh shit!
What?
Whoa! What is going?
What's happening?
Because I
We
feel
have
like
stuff?
Yeah, because I
minute
feel
you
like
get
you guys are just as an aside, just to get this out the way at the very top. Mero, you make a lot of shit happen for a lot of people. Liz, you show up for a lot of people all the time. Since I've met you, you've gotten me like multiple actual physical gifts, and I feel like you're such a generous person, and you make people feel important, and I feel like that's something I need to get better at. So I think that you are somebody that I can practice on. And also, for Mero, what do you get a guy that has everything? And I think that the best way to do that is to appeal to each of you guys' actual interests, right? So Lizbel, I know you're a bag girly, so I got you this cute little bag.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh damn!
And then Mero, I know.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to open up my half a brick of Coke.
And then, okay, well, funny you should say that, because since I know that you're a sick fuck degenerate, I got you. I got you. No, his face is his face about to light up like a child.
Damn, all the Rachel Star DVDs?
No, bro. Nah, even better. I got you the Magic Ink Supreme collab oil markers.
Oh shit!
And he just said he's gonna spend the night doing graffiti.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Brady, you're the best. You are awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is so cute. Oh my god.
Right? You know what's gonna make the nerds mad?
What?
Is I'm gonna use these.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna use these.
Yeah. So
they're not going on the shelf.
Then nope. And also that bag, you gotta like press on the gold clasps to like undo the magnets. So like you see the little, like those little guys, they like press in or whatever, and then that's how you open it, and it's like a cute. I'll show you. Come,
Nah, we'll do it later.
Yeah, but still, no, let me show you. God damn it! Look, you just press in like that.
Oh shit! Okay. Oh, and it opens sideways. That's fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Yo,
You're the fucking best.
I said that shit one time.
You're the
You know what I'm
best.
saying? It opens sideways.
Come on, man. Maldito perverso, coño.
Oh my god.
This is so cool, though. Thank you, Ray.
My
You're the
clip is
best.
creamy.
Asqueroso, coño.
Yeah, I figured I'd surprise you guys a little bit. Yeah, man, no
Ray,
problem.
that was super sweet and thoughtful of you. Thank you.
This shit is in Japanese.
And you know it's real because we just completely ignored Hassan's glaze button. Oh, yeah. We're having a cream fest over here. Fuck you.
Yep.
Yo, I said, yo, this shit is in Japanese.
Alright, we're gonna come back to that video. Gotta win. I'm gonna play some Sekiro. Don't need don't need the intellectuals chopping it up right now. GG's, fuck Trump. Alright, let's run some Sekiro. I've been putting off Sekiro for way too long. Because I know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be death. Finally a win. Move to the next spot. Death. I'm gonna get tired of that shit. But we just got to play some Sekiro. Sekiro. Yeah, whatever. Leave an enemy alone and their posture will slowly recover. However, continuing to cross swords and then will prevent their posture from recovering. Good. Oh, way back here? What?
お主と
はい。
お主と九郎様の幻を見た。
幻。
ああ、九郎様は今はどこにいる？
アシナの城。その天守近くで囚われとなっておいでです。ですが、城の門は閉じられています。
そうか。
狼殿、よく参られました。では、また。
これはお前さんの牙でどう噛み殺すか、それが書いてある。要は忍び義手を使った戦いの術じゃな。わかった。まったく義手の忍び技などもはや無用と思っておったが、わからんものよな。物資殿。いらぬ心配よ。あいにくとまともじゃないんでな。竜害ごときで死にはせん。 なんてゲロども。おい、お主確か忍びよな。であればおやつらをずさの。
Fudge. How far back is it going to put me now?
旦那、よそは漁ってくだせえよ。どっかの崖上に三重の塔が見えやした。あんだ、きっと中には足なら。ねえ、旦那、きっと足なら。
Fudge, man. It's gonna suck. This level is gonna suck. Oh, this game is ridiculous. All right, we're gonna come back to this because I can't. I have to like start the stream with this. I have to like start the stream with this game. It's way easier just to like play political videos. I promise you. Like, oh god, Sekiro is gonna take me forever. It's gonna take me forever. Nice. I'm about to jump onto some Gran Turismo right now, honestly. I gotta start this stream with Sekiro. Like Sekiro is gonna fuck Sekiro, dog. I don't dog. I'll say it. Maybe I'll see you in the lobby. Maybe, yeah. Dark Souls games, I'm not a fan. Like the idea of dying and then having to start like way back somewhere. And I have to beat it. I'm gonna have to beat it. But that shit is gonna be so annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna do some race B. I got first place in race C today, so I'm happy with that. So let's see if we could tackle race B.
Yeah, I don't know where that M came from.
Oh, that's so dope.
Japanese. Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
Unfortunately, on this podcast, we actually really enjoy and love each other.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. But I bring this shit up all the time, the Mondongo conversation, where we're like, yo, we got to get our numbers up somehow. And it's like, yo, I figured if the problem is we don't argue. And then I was like, yo, you know what? This might be controversial, but I don't really like Mondongo. And Lizbel was like, yeah, I don't really like that shit either. And then Meryl was like, yeah, that shit is kind of mid.
That shit stinks.
And then we were all like, fuck.
I'm telling you, once we have, I think we should have one show where we hit all the topics that we never wanted to hit. You know, like the 50-50 conversation, all that stupid shit that we know does not contribute to society at all.
Dumbass episode.
Yeah.
Bullshit. You're talking about some bullshit.
And you know what else? You know what else was chock full of a whole lot of bullshit?
Oh shit.
The Grammys, baby.
Oh yeah, come on.
Really, I didn't enjoy the Grammys. It was fun.
I enjoyed one moment of the Grammys, and that was Beyonce acting like fake surprised when she won Country Album of the Year. She was like, "Oh my!" She's like, "Me?
Yeah,
bitch, you Beyonce. Come on now."
Yeah.
Like, I mean, she's Beyonce, but she got fucking snubbed at the CMAs.
That's true.
That's basically what she said. Yeah, I'm Beyonce, but I'm still a fucking black woman.
You know what it was?
What's your name?
And now I put it all together.
Gran
Turismo. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a Machiavellian mad scientist.
Tinfoil fitted
Marrow?
Marrow?
Yeah, tinfoil fitted Marrow is activated. You know what I'm saying? I was going to say Alex Jones Marrow. Damn, no. Whoa. No, we're not doing that.
The Gypsy Kings, featuring Nicola Reyes. Friday, February 7th, James L. Knight Center. The Grammy Award-winning Gypsy Kings, featuring Nicola Reyes. Live. Tickets are on sale now at...
Yo, my theory, man, is...
Oh my God. He can't even get it out. This is going to be really bad. He can't even get it out, bro.
My theory is, she was like, yo, whoever was in charge of the CMAs, she put a call in like, yo, listen, I don't even want to CMA, bro. That's bullshit. I want a fucking country Grammy. You know what I'm saying? Or the other part of that theory is she did get snubbed at the CMAs completely fully, and she was just like, man, fuck y'all. I'm gonna win Best Country Album at the Grammys, bitch. Yeah. Jason Aldean, sit the fuck down. Fucking Walter, fucking Dean Myers, sit the fuck down. Fucking Michael, fucking whatever the fuck your name is.
He ran out of white names.
Yeah. Fucking Horseshoe McGraw, sit the fuck down. You know what I'm saying?
I actually did fuck with Tim McGraw. That's crazy though.
Yeah,
I think it was deserved.
Into the manufacturer's cup
you
with
wanna
Team
know who's had a really
Lambo
good
2.
album?
It starts
Haystack
tomorrow.
Jackson.
Do you know that Haystack Jackson?
He's not a real guy. I made him up. But
yeah.
I'm chilling. Freaking about to do some race speed. I re-downloaded Overwatch. I've been apparently there's some major Overwatch. There's supposed to be some like major Overwatch overhaul that's coming. I don't know. Have you seen an article about it? Have you heard anything about it? Yeah. Wait, we got 9 minutes? Yeah, watch. Transform. Fit to screen. No, I don't want it. I guess that's good enough. Yeah. I saw it like a couple days ago. Blizzard has released a new Overwatch patch today that adds one major new feature to the game. In recent months, interest in Overwatch 2 has waned perhaps a bit, primarily as a new competitor in Marvel Rivals has burst onto the scene. Despite this, Blizzard hasn't slowed down when it comes to updating Overwatch 2 and has now pushed out a new patch to all platforms. I heard it was supposed to be like major. Downloadable right now, this latest Overwatch 2 patch is primarily aimed at those on PC, as it has added support for DirectX 12. This means that Overwatch 2 can now support different graphical APIs for the first time and should allow those with the tech to be able to improve their experience just a bit. Other than this, Blizzard has also made tweaks to the Ashe and Mora alongside some additional bug fixes. The full patch, I thought it was, from what I read, it was going to be something like bigger. While DirectX 12 is a significant step forward, the DirectX 11 remains our lead API and will continue to be supported. This update represents the beginning of our journey with DirectX 12 as we explore its potential to enhance the Overwatch 2 experience. I thought it was going to be something way bigger. Like the original article I read, it was like, oh yeah, it's going to be so... Man, I promise you, I thought it was going to be like... Or maybe this too. Maybe this was the one I read. Overwatch 2 hotfix reduces matches needed to unlock game modes to 5 and adds AI opponents to quick play for new players. These changes are intended to improve the onboarding experience for new players and reduce lopsided matches or loop-sided matches at first. I think they're meant to say lopsided. Only requiring 5 matches played to unlock other game. Yeah, instead of the usual. I heard the next drives will give 6,000 comp points instead of the usual 3,000. They need to nerf Ash. I heard the next drive. I'm on it almost every day and didn't hear anything. Yeah. Yeah. I was just scrolling through articles and I saw it. But it was like, I don't know, like as soon as Marvel Rivals came out, it's almost like without even anyone telling me, it's like I knew that it was gonna be like dead for a while. Because everyone, well, Universalist, I haven't talked to her in a little bit, but like Universalist was going hard on Marvel Rivals, and she said she preferred Marvel Rivals over. Yeah, they do. She preferred Overwatch. She preferred Marvel Rivals over Overwatch. I was a little disappointed because Overwatch is such a big. Oh, I mean, Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals really took a lot of like, because everyone I see now, they're playing Marvel Rivals. You've been recently grinding Rivals more, but I still try to play Overwatch. It's just really sweaty sometimes. Yeah, the sweatiness, as long as you have a team I could contend with. But I haven't played Overwatch in a bit. And then I've also been I've been getting like my shooter fix with Call of Duty. A lot. Most of my friends play Rivals now, so I've been trying to get into Rivals. Exactly. Most everybody plays Rivals now. It's a little... It's like, fuck. Let's undo the switch to screen. There we go. Yeah, it sucks. It's so hard to get people to play Overwatch. I know. Everyone is really hard on Rivals right now. I think I have both of them downloaded. But if I had to make the choice, I would have preferred Overwatch. I think the first person's better. Solo queuing, support and stuff. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is. I mean, it depends. If you're a good support, people tend to fall in line. And you are a good support. I feel like a lot of the people that started to follow me because of Overwatch, like they don't rock with me at all anymore. Because I haven't touched Overwatch in so long. I mean, even Universe doesn't really. You are, and I appreciate it. You are, and I do appreciate that tremendously. Even Universe hasn't really been around that much. Shoot, before this race starts, I gotta piss. Hold up. But no, I do 100%. And you have like popped up. Ow, fuck! You have popped up. Let me try to run to the restroom before this race gets going. Hold up.
You see me, I'm the type of bitch to Google that once I leave to see what Ray is talking about.
Yo, Haystack Jackson went crazy, man.
Jesus Christ, bro.
That new joint with Jelly Roll and Kane Brown?
Oh,
wow,
shit.
fire.
Beyonce did win Album of the Year last night. She became one of 4 black women to take that title home.
That's crazy. Because
So,
Grammy's
shout
like
out to
800
her.
years old.
Right.
And, I mean, listen. Is it a crazy thing to say? Like, black women are like out of this pool of singers?
Yeah.
Singers, vocalists. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you name, like, your top 5, it's black women.
Yeah.
Talking about Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go back.
And even if you don't name the black women, the people who you will name have been inspired by the black women.
Yeah.
So let's just tie that in there real fast.
So shout out to fucking goddamn it.
Shout out to Beyonce.
Shout out to Beyonce.
And also shout out to
the Nike tech thing and that, like you're even influencing the man them in the States and that, and like that's never been the case, bro. Swear down.
East Tremont, blood. Yeah. You've been doing the Nike tech and trainers forever, blood.
Yeah. See Jizzle, my boy's playing with racing gloves. What dog Jizzle? Holy shit, Jizzle. Not gonna lie, the album of the years going to Beyonce was not okay to me. Why not? I mean, there's so much music out there. It's really hard to tell. There's so much music out there. And yeah, CJ, like I'm playing with racing gloves because my fingers freaking hurt from cause dude, they hurt. Like I literally started to get calluses on my fingers because I was just doing race after race. And then you know me, once I start to get competitive, I'm there breaking my controller from how hard I'm squeezing the trigger. This knuckle consistently hurts now, even when I don't play. Time for PT. I feel like others deserve it more. Beyonce's album was fire. I haven't heard it yet. Especially because now I'm multi-streaming. I really don't even listen to music as much as I used to. It's only maybe when I'm in the car now, which does suck. But YouTube is just too hardcore. Yo, they pulled down my stream yesterday in the middle of my stream for nothing. I appealed it immediately, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it takes 72 hours. Allow them 72 hours to get back to you." But they got back to me within half an hour, and they're like, "Oh, my bad. Yeah, you didn't really do anything wrong." Billie Eilish got robbed at the Grammys. You'll die on that hill. Billie Eilish. Yeah, I don't know. Who do you think deserves album of the year? Dude, we can go down the list, man. If you really want to, because when it comes to that, I like to geek out on my music. After this race, I can pull up a website that rates albums, and we can go through, and I guarantee you will see albums on this list that y'all haven't even heard of, but they're really good. CJ, what are you doing up this late? Were y'all boys in the chat? Yo, these racing gloves literally saved my fingers. You have no idea. Hey, Cole, you still there? I also love sad songs, so Billy just hits. Yeah, I do too. But the sad songs I like are a bit different, because there's different levels of sad songs. But yeah, Olivia, who do you think deserved album of the year? Oh yeah, you said Billie Eilish. I'd have to look and see who wins album of the year. I've been listening to playlists more than actual entire albums. Listen to Wildflower? Okay. Doechii album? Hell yeah. Doechii album was out. I heard Doechii album, they've been ranting and raving about Doechii. This is my... Oh, you work in graveyard? You back to that grave? Hell yeah. Graveyard gang. I mean, it kind of does suck. As a parent, it does suck because you still have to do the 9 to 5 stuff. Like, I feel so bad. Who, me or Jizzle? Both Jizzle and I, we both on console. Oh yeah, I'm still on console. There's no PC in the near future for me. I wish there was, but yeah, I do have a capture card, and it's like subpar at best. Even though I spent like freaking almost like $150 on it, I have to keep resetting it every now and then because it keeps the audio keeps becoming disconnected from the image. I have a capture card. I have been thinking of branching out to other platforms. What do you mean by branching? You should multi-stream. Especially if you're an up-and-coming streamer and you're trying to build, cause look, I'm chopping it up with you on Twitch, but my dog is my age, and like people my age, they more rock with YouTube, right? So like, I don't think my homie would like freaking be on Twitch like that much. Like, there is a big Twitch audience, but there's a lot of people I know that it's YouTube or nothing. And I originally was missing out on them because it was like we weren't allowed to multi-stream. But now that we're able to stream on multiple platforms at once, I totally take advantage of it. Yeah, it can. I feel like I wouldn't be able to handle multi-chats. Yeah, you can, because it all goes to one place. It really all does go to one place. It's not as hard as you think. Just read the comments you want to respond to and ignore the motherfuckers you don't want to respond to. Remember, you're 100% in control, like 100% of the time. I mean, I don't really have anybody. It's not like I have a... Yeah. It's really easy to set up. I use OBS. And as far as the software, as far as the website I use to multi-stream, I use this website called Restream. These motherfuckers should pay me for like freaking always, like, I used to, like, when I first started discovering them, I would tell everyone, oh yeah, you should use Restream. But for real, but you, like, they have, and most of the websites they have, like bro, I want to get my followers up on TikTok so I can stream on TikTok. Like, I even made a clip where I literally just ask in the clip, like, yo, follow me so I can stream on TikTok, but nobody followed me. It sucks. Yeah, you may as well, especially if you're starting from the ground up and you really want to take it serious. You may as well put yourself on as many platforms as you can and just, you know, do what you want to do, work on it. Because right now I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and this website called Trovo. Have you ever heard of Trovo? Oh, you don't want to use your personal account? I feel you. Shit. All my Yeah, I didn't hear about it either. The only reason why I found out about Trovo is because of a restream. Because there's a couple websites that you're allowed to stream on, and Trovo is one of them. I was streaming on Kick, but I've been hearing like weird things about Kick. Like I've been hearing things that like Kick has a really large like racist community. So I'm just like, So I used to stream on Kick, but I don't really stream on Kick anymore. Now I stream on Trovo, YouTube, and Twitch. When it comes to playing music while you're streaming, Trovo, they seem to be pretty lenient on it, like Twitch is, but YouTube is like zero tolerance. Yeah, Kick. I don't know. Kick. Have you ever heard anything about Kick? I can do so much better. This race is like a warm-up race for this track. Yeah, I mean, and it's only gonna grow. Ideally, it's only gonna get better. But from the only thing, though, from what I've heard about it, it has it has a questionable community. A lot of the streamers on it, like they do questionable things, and apparently the platform is it's like they don't really crack down on like, you know, bad people as much as they should. And this is just what I've heard, and then like a couple videos I've seen, that's kind of just like what I've heard and seen. So like I kind of slowed down on streaming on Kick, and I'm trying to grow on Trovo. Trovo's different. I still don't even fully understand how Trovo works, honestly. I feel like I listen to music too much to be on YouTube, right? But honestly, you need to sacrifice the listening to the music because you're listening to people who have already made their career doing what they love. And yeah, trust me, I'm the same way. Like playing music while playing video games, it's kind of like, you know, rice and peas for me. You know what I mean? It's, you know, so and it's a hard thing to get over. I trust me, I 100% get the idea of like, no man, like I want to listen to like whatever I want to listen to as I'm playing. And maybe one day if my Twitch community grows big enough to make it worthwhile, like I would stop my YouTube stream so I could just stream on Twitch and just play music and stuff. But being that it's like you got to make some sacrifices, it sucks. Trust me, it sucks. Like I'm like, so what I did instead of playing music, and I kind of wanted to do that instead, is like you'll see me playing like a lot of political videos, like a lot of videos kind of just talking about what's going on in the world. Like when you were online earlier today, like I had you up, but I couldn't really have the volume high because this microphone I'm using now, it's so I don't have to wear headphones or a headset, but it's also pretty sensitive, and I don't really want, because if it's low enough that I could barely hear you, I wouldn't really be hearing you anyway. So I had you up, but I had like the computer volume down, so I wasn't really able to like hear you too much. But I totally had you up, and I was lurking up until like I don't even know who you raided. I thought you raided someone, but I don't think it actually. Did you raid someone? Because it said you were going to, I think, but then it didn't actually transfer over. Yeah, for whatever reason, when it said you raided, it didn't actually transfer over. I feel so bad because freaking Cole was in here and he was telling me, and then it's like as soon as you jumped in, I guess just because I'm more familiar with you, like I just started chopping it up with you. I feel bad because Cole was in here. Dang, it transferred 15 people supposedly. Is it supposedly? Okay, good. Oh, good. No, as long as it happened. But it's like for me, it just went to like your sign off. It went to your like sign off image or whatever. But it's whatever. But yeah, like I had you up. But I just had like the volume down a bit. And I didn't realize you were streaming so often. It took me forever to like follow you. I was like, holy shit, you do stream. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. Freaking not raid who you want. Like shit, do it up. Yeah. No, but yeah, that's why I don't play music. Because I'm on YouTube right now. My homie went to go do some shit. Every now and then, like last week, like my Twitch stream, my Twitch audience was dead. Like nobody was in here. Like pretty much all 4 days I was streaming, it was really disheartening. It was like, damn, bro. It's like I know I'm boring, but shit, you know. Especially because I've been putting in so many years already. It was just more of the same, and then out of nowhere, my YouTube audience went up. No, trust me, I'm boring. My YouTube audience went up though. Like it went up. It was going up like decent. And like these people just stayed, but they weren't saying anything. But it just like went up, and they were just like chilling up until the very end of my stream. Like by the end of my stream, it was only like 6 people. We don't talk badly about ourselves. All right. True. I mean, I try not to, but you know, it's kind of like, yeah, I guess you're right. It's something I'm working on. I'm working on that for real. We don't talk badly about ourselves. That's hilarious. That's funny. Yeah. Me too. That's what'll happen to me a lot of times, because like I think some people enjoy the company of it, like I call it. Yeah, that's what I hope to be. You know, like shit. And I also hope to educate people and get conversations going about like what's going on in the world, because it really is important. We're these next 4 years are really, I don't know how they're gonna go, but you know what I mean. It's a whole bunch of stuff is going on, and you know, the gaming community is definitely like a large community that can help with the cause. So I also try to sprinkle in some, like, I wouldn't say educational stuff, but just like let people know what's going on in the world. And I really do hope to like be able to have conversations about shit like that. Does my boyfriend like the sound of... Yeah, you know what I mean? To each his own. You know, I will fall asleep to listening to heavy metal. If I'm tired enough, I will fall asleep to heavy metal. It is what it is. Like, some things are just soothing. But good heavy metal, not bullshit. Yeah, you know what I mean? I was trying a different name last week, but I changed it to 12 hours of gaming. I was using podcast, news, and games last week. But my numbers were so bad last week. Let's see what's up with this race. I don't know. I'm just, you know, shooting in the dark. Who's in this race? Who's in this race? Eduardo. I don't know. I've raced this person before. Thank you, thank you. Are you racing right now, Cole? I feel like you could totally fall asleep to the sound of a car engine going. Like, that's definitely something. Oh, Santa Miguel. Oh, he's way up there. Tokyo Drift Time. Yo, there's a game that came out called Tokyo Extreme Racer, but it's only for PC. Tokyo Extreme Racer was out when I was a lot younger. Like, oh my god, over 20 years ago. You're not doing dailies? Okay. Let's listen to a bit more of this podcast.
Hey, listen, fam, you lot have got your Krebs, you lot have got your JD Sports and that. Like, stick to that, bro. All right? I'm telling you.
Yeah,
So
over
good,
20
bro.
years.
I could listen
Over
to that.
20 years.
That's such a good impression.
Hey, they should have, listen, Top Boy, hey, you lot missed out.
Over
on
20
that
years
one,
ago,
bro.
I was
Because
a
listen,
teenager.
I'm sick of British actors coming and taking our American roles. Do this shit backwards. Now listen, bro.
They
Yes.
be cooking us too, because they be good, bro.
Yeah. Bro, because they be resurrecting Shakespeare to fucking train under his ass. You see, over there. They be going to Oxford University.
Those who don't know, Central C went viral for basically saying that he feels like he was the one who put the mandem on to Nike Techs.
Yeah. Which I don't entirely disagree with, because all of us are in a certain age bracket where like we know what it was before that. But if you like 14 and all you listen to is like Top 40 and all you listen to is like Lil Baby, Central C, like, you know what I'm saying, like all of them, then Central C, you probably saw your first tech on Central C.
I was like,
Central C probably did influence you to wear Nike Tech.
I was
maybe. I ain't giving a white bitch credit.
I was
Shit.
3.
Sorry, next topic. Next topic.
Hey, wouldn't let that shit happen to me though.
For context, he is half white and a quarter Guyanese and a quarter Chinese.
Oh shit! Wow. Damn.
His dad is Guyanese.
His dad's Guyanese. Yo, tell him. Tell him to pull up to Brooklyn.
To Richmond Hill.
Yeah, pull up. Yeah. I've been getting into way too many arguments with Guyanese. That's not a part of the topic.
Okay. but but it brings up the question, like, because, you know, people have been saying that he's bugging the fuck out. Joshua Kissy also said, like, hey, listen, guys, he might not be all the way wrong, because they was fucking with the tech fleece and they was fucking with the tech wear out there since early. And listen, as a music head myself, I've been tapped in with the grime scene since like 2007, bro. Shout out DEE, you know what I'm saying, JME, like all the men them, bro, like, big up the men them for real, like, because, like, I've been tapped in for real, and all them boys, Tempa T, all of them, like Tiny, Shorty, and them, they've all been wearing, like, if not Nike Tech, some sort of, like, tech fleece tracksuit situation, like DEE especially, like, they always pop out in that sort of, you know what I mean, and that sort of shit.
Guys,
you know, so
it's fine.
I don't know.
It's fine.
New York doesn't need everything.
We made up so much shit. Y'all can have it, bro. Y'all can have this. Have tech suits, bro.
Yeah.
Have tech suits. Listen, DC people will be like, yo, nah.
Nah, but real shit though, some of the podcasts I play, like, it was a week before last, there were some podcasts I was playing that I wish there was people in here so we could discuss, like, what they were talking about. Like, it was all sorts of stuff, like political stuff, definitely, relationship stuff, and not like, I don't know how to describe it, not like cheap McDonald's style talks about relationships, like real in-depth, like freaking experts and things like that. It was so good. Shit. That corner messed it all up. You have a theory? What's your theory? I tried this car yesterday. I'm gonna read the rest of that in a sec. Let me hit a straightaway. I tried this car yesterday, it didn't work for me. Too slow in third. I mean, it's like the top car. Everyone working in EMS loves podcasts. You know what? Maybe because especially if they're on the road and they're working like private ambulance, you probably get tired of what's on the news, so you could just put a podcast on and listen to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really listen. When I'm at work, though, I'm not... Well, I work in an ER, so when I'm at work, I'm not listening to anything. I mean, actually, no, I will listen to music. Depending on the zone they put me in, I'll be able to, like, listen to music as I'm working. But I mostly do a lot of the podcasts. When do I listen to? I listen to mostly podcasts and stuff when I'm at home on my days off. Because I really don't watch TV as much as I would like to. Like, I don't feel that I'm in a comfortable enough position to be able to kick back and just watch TV. Because, like, yeah, I'm playing video games right now and it's chill, I'm relaxing. Yeah, I see all of these people. Yeah, it's the fastest car. Easy entertainment on the road. Yeah, it is. It really is. but it's also valuable more than I look at when it comes to podcasts. I don't know if it's because of my age. I don't even really. I do go to podcasts for entertainment, but they got to be speaking like real shit. Like they got to be having like discussions on like real topics that I like and stuff like that. Actually, that's bullshit because I love Bad Friends, and Bad Friends, they just like talk shit the whole time. Like they're just talking shit the whole time. So let me not act like, oh yeah, I only listen to. No. Oh my goodness, yo. Yeah, he listens to a lot of political ones. Yeah. I mean, I listen to Bad Friends. I listen to Flagrant. I listen to what's the name of this other one? Brilliant Idiots. I listen to Now What with Trevor Noah. I listen to The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart. And I listen to a lot of Hasanabi. I did get him into 2 hot takes. I can do better. Damn it. Oh, dang, that makes sense. My boyfriend is a paramedic at a private company, so he listens to podcasts both at work and at home. Yeah. I listen to a lot, like, yeah, when I'm in the kitchen cooking or something like that, I listen to, but like, I'll show you, like, I listen to these guys, the ones that I'm playing right now, the Kid Miro. It felt so bad. Have you ever heard of the Bodega Boys? The Bodega Boys, if you, like, well, like the Bodega, I love the Bodega Boys. I was so upset when they broke up. I was like, what the fuck, bro? That shit had me so hot. They're like freaking New York hip hop loving freaking minority. Like one dude was from I think he's Puerto Rican, and the other dude's Jamaican. But they're smart as fuck. And they're very knowledgeable on like politics and stuff like that. And they're left leaning. They tend to be liberal. They're liberal as fuck. They're progressive as fuck. But they're very smart. And like they're knowledgeable on like freaking the names of the politicians, the local and national. You know what I mean? It's like they're and their jokes are hilarious, but they're gritty. They're like New York gritty, and they're hip hop as fuck. This is like this is one half of them. The dude right here this dude right here. This is Miro, the Kid Miro. Wild ass motherfucker, bro. Like I think he has like 4 or 5 kids. Cool as fuck though, and actually really smart. I listen to them a lot. I was so upset when they broke up. I did get him into 2 Hot Takes podcast though during our road trips. 2 Hot Takes. Yeah, I've never heard of 2 Hot Takes. There's so many. There's another podcast that's out there called The Read, and there's so many. And that's actually one of the bad things I think about having so much entertainment at our fingertips. Like there, like, people will be like, oh yeah, have you seen this new show, or have you watched, or have you listened to this? And it's like, no. Have you heard of this? No. There's so much stuff out there. It's like we're so splintered. Everybody is like so splintered now, kind of just listening to their own thing. It's like the Reddit stories asking for advice and stuff. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, what I was gonna show you. Usually, this is what do we have? Oh, Open Thoughts I'll watch every now and then. Hasanabi, he's highly political, like just like ripping Trump apart. I love listening to him. Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I love listening to him. Rick Glassman, Take Your Shoes Off. I used to listen to a lot of Joe Rogan, but he really is a fan of Trump. It feels like it just feels like he's like a real big fan of Trump, and I'm just like, ugh, I can't deal with it anymore. So I got tired of that. Corey Holcomb's a wild boy. Corey Holcomb's wild as fuck. But I agree with like a lot of the shit he says. Two Bears, One Cave. We Might Be Drunk. There's so Tiger Belly. There's so many different podcasts. Flagrant. Penguin. I'm always watch. Well, I'll watch like his videos. He'll drop a video, and I'll watch his videos every now and then. Yeah, like I just kind of, and then so once I'm done cooking or whatever, I'll like after I'm done cooking, I'm gonna sit down and I start playing video games. So I was like, you know what? Since I can't play music while I'm streaming, since I'm on YouTube and stuff right now, let me go ahead and play podcasts that I listen to, and hopefully get a conversation going. Like, let me see if I could. Well, Trevor Noah, he hasn't dropped anything in a while. You Be Trippin'. There's so much. Wait, what was the name of the one you said? You said Two Hot Takes. Let's see what Two Hot Takes is. Two Hot Takes podcast. Boop. Yeah. An upside to evil. There's totally an upside to evil from a male, actually from a man and woman perspective. From a male perspective, yeah, it sucks, but there is. Okay, let me go ahead and give them a subscribe.
Hi, and welcome to your introduction to Two Hot Takes. I'm your host, Morgan, and along...
Chill. Need a minute to decompress. A chaotic distraction. How much time do we have for the next race? We got 3 minutes. Okay. They're like funny Reddit stories. Yeah. No, I'll listen. I'm gonna listen to them. We could actually listen to one of them right now. Hang on. Let's see. We'll just listen. Well, have you heard their most recent stuff? And they discuss it and give. Yeah, who was? Oh yeah, Rory and Mal. I'll also listen to Rory and Mal. They didn't come up, but Rory and Mal, they're also like hip hop heads. They will. They talk a lot about music, a lot about music. What's going on in music? But then at the end of it, they will read emails. Who else reads emails and gives advice? I'm trying to remember. Rory and Mal, and who else? No, not the most recent stuff. Yeah, like I tend to, yeah. especially now, a lot of the stuff I listen to is like, unfortunately, it's really political, and it does suck because I know a lot of people come to watch video game streaming to kind of get away from that stuff, but it's like there's so many things that are so important, and it's just things that are going to be happening like right under our noses every day. Like, are you aware of what happened with like the Department of Treasury and Elon Musk? Like there is like it's so much. It's just so much stuff that I actually was feeling. I feel guilty almost, not like I was talking to, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna go. Cole actually got upset at me. Cole was in here earlier and he was like, bro, like why are you playing videos? And you know what I mean? Why are you playing video? Yes, bro, yeah. And and I'm glad you made that face, because it's as bad as you think it is. I tend to gravitate away from politics because it's so depressing. This is true. This is very true. This is very true, and it's very important when you really start to feel some type of way to just turn it off. But you shouldn't really turn it off for good, because you should be aware, and that's what I have a hard time doing. I have a hard time just like ignoring it. Like, if I have an audience, I kind of want to educate my audience on what's going on with the world, and I want to hear their opinion on it. And you know, maybe there's something I'm not aware of. Like, I'll tell you here. Let's what's their most recent stuff? What's their most recent? Actually, let's finish up these guys. I'm not going to talk too much while they're talking. I mean, comment, just if you want to just comment, and then I'll probably read it, but I'll like try to pause it before I really speak, because like me talking over the video, it just sounds bad. At least you'll hear one voice at a time.
New Balance is us. We started that shit, bro. Because if you go anywhere else, those are just shoes for fucking dorks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But they started the way they made it pop. Listen, we made a lot of shit pop off, man. Music, you know what I'm saying? Food.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? BBLs, everything. You name it. You know what I'm saying? We made shit pop off.
Yeah, we made shit pop off, you know what I mean?
Right.
What? What was that? Wait, man, I feel like sometimes
I consume a lot of it.
Sometimes when I'm alone at night,
and I'll explain why.
I just hear men in my fucking ear, like I just hear men in my ear, like the fire's not in your eyes anymore, Rainy. And I'm like, I'm like, man, no! I promise, I'm still in it. I'm still in the game. I promise. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. You know what I mean? So yeah, but yeah, we don't need everything.
All right, let's get it.
Like, bro, we got people who are not even from here, like Stephen Fulton. Like the boxer, he was boxing in custom jorts, bro, and like Timberland-esque boxing shoes, and he's not even from here.
That's fire, actually.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So,
but then it's just like, and Shot to Bang, men wrote a very compelling piece about New York nostalgia and like hip hop and all that type of shit, 90s culture. But like, I'm like, yo, friend, you're not from here. Like, what, like. Now JQ with George and Tibbs? What the fuck am I doing, bro? What do y'all got me out here doing?
We don't gotta keep everything.
You know what I'm saying?
It's the New York aesthetics. I don't even think it's people from New York anymore.
That's it.
It's really what people from the outside believe New York is. It's like, yo, I'm going to New York. I'm gonna get some Timbs. I'm gonna get a do-rag. I'm gonna get some chopped cheese.
And I want to apologize to y'all.
Yeah, you should.
In this room.
Thank you.
Because me just being me and doing the whole shit, and you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, this is what we do. Like, I come outside, I do this.
Yeah.
Yo, bro, you from Minnesota, gang. You don't really do this, but they started doing it. Now it's fucking, you know what I'm saying? So I'm part of the problem. And now I'm gonna hang myself live on it.
Oh my God. Charles Barkley's gonna show up like, let's start a dialogue.
Yo, I swear, New
York.
York.
That shit pissed me off because it's like you were saying, like it's a New York aesthetic that New York people really be rocking with. Like,
and we love, and we understand, but it can get fucking annoying. You know, like, have you ever talked to somebody who moved to Florida from New York?
Oh my God.
Or anybody who moves out of New York, period, for the most part, whenever they get to where they at, they're just like, yo, Y'all don't got no fucking, y'all don't got no deli cats. Like, fuck this place. Your rent is $200, bro.
Yeah,
You're
bro.
good.
You're
You're safe.
You're
Trust
fucking
me.
fine.
But every time you come back to New York, you want to have like this New York aesthetic. They be having fucking photo shoots under the train.
Yeah.
They'll go to the store and get 2 bacon, egg, and cheeses for a photo shoot. Wearing
Nah, this is my
wearing
favorite
trims and shit.
This I know a motherfucker is not from New York. If they post some selfies of them taking a picture of like the security cam and the bodega and shit, I'm like, bro, you're not from here, bro. Cause you sitting there someone being punched in the back of the head, bro. Like, you fucking moron. They just sitting there taking 16 shots. Yo, I'm at the bodega. Like, yo, what the fuck is Shorty's name? Yo, I put it just to go to the bodega. Yo, just to go to the bodega.
Yeah.
Like, yo, I'm like, bro, that's not.
Nobody's doing that.
Nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, God.
Bro, I was in Japan, all right, and we coordinated a day trip to Mount Fuji just to see the sunset reflect off the top of the mountain. They call it Aka Fuji, which just like translates to, the Aka means red, so it just translates to red Fuji, right?
Shit.
So it looks really fucking sick, like when the
Fuji turned red.
Original rude boy in your area.
I'm sorry, that's what my brain just said that.
But to Liz's point, when people from New York leave New York, bro, it's the dead of winter. I'm watching the sunset, and it's brick as shit. So I'm like kind of annoyed, but I'm like looking at this beautiful ass mountain. This shit turning pink right before my eyes, and I'm like,
Taxes was
Commercials suck.
and wondering and worrying. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you. Who can do your taxes in a day.
the block probably lit right now.
Nah, bro.
Yo, you sitting there at Michelin star eating fucking sashimi, you like, yo, that Italian combo from Kenny Fry would go crazy right now, dude.
Yeah.
Cause the block is lit right now.
The block be dumb lit, bro.
All the time.
And it's always lit when you're not there.
Fam.
That is a New York proverb. That's a New York a specific experience. But you could take the YN. No, you could take the YN out of NY, but you can't take the NY out the YN. You know what I mean? Because YN T. Timothy Chalamet, bro. He outside.
It's Timmy Tidra.
It's Timmy Tidra. Yeah. You don't know who did it because the face white type shit. he in Paris, bro. He's in Paris. I don't know if you guys have seen this video, but it's a video of Timothy Chalamet in Paris by the Eiffel Tower on some roof in a Raiders jacket and what appears to be an Alexander Wang necktie or something. I don't know. Min's the fashion god in the building. He might be able to confirm or deny. I don't know. But I think he's like singing some type of like Italian or French jazz or whatever it is. But if you watch it on mute, it sounds like you watch that shit on mute, it looks like he's spitting like a Conway verse.
Yeah. Yo, listen, Light Brigade, do that. Get nice and high.
Yeah.
And get the video of shout out to Timmy Tim, you know what I'm saying, spitting, and put it over your favorite Hell Well verse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Nice. You see, now you sparked my interest.
Yeah.
He's singing Edith Piaf.
Edith
Non,
Piaf.
je ne regrette rien in front of the Eiffel Tower while in Paris.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's levels.
But if you watch that shit on mute, it sounds like Max the Demon. So,
Timmy, if you're hearing this, I know you will know what I'm talking about. Keep on farting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to explain this one.
no.
I feel like I deserve one. I deserve an explanation. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
No. I don't know either.
I don't really know.
But it's Min. It's Min.
I want one too.
You
I
gotta
want
ask
to
the
talk
questions.
You gotta let it develop. You know what I'm saying? In season 3, we'll know.
That's terrifying.
In season 3, well, no, yeah.
Like, see, I told you.
This shit is like Game of Thrones, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they show you something once and then never again and expect you to remember it. 40 years later. It's really like you said, it's like when you meet somebody from New York outside New York, it's obvious, but then it's also dumb obvious when somebody's trying mad fucking hard, bro. When they're clearly not from here and they want to jack this shit so goddamn bad.
Yeah. It's just like, bro, it's New York, you know.
Yeah.
We love it. We but it's not a personality. Like,
Well, it is though, because that was like your whole thing. But that's just like who you are.
And that's what I'm saying. It's who you are. And it's not a personality that's adoptable. Where it's just like,
I didn't move from Virginia at 10.
I was born in Utah.
Right.
And now I get into fist fights on the train. You know, like I don't know. Why is that my first initial experience? You see what I mean? It's not fun being from New York. I'm traumatized.
Yeah. That's for real.
Look, we left the other day. We were to Colmado Cafe. Shout out to them. Go get some coffee from them.
Yeah.
And Randy's like, yo, I've never been out in the streets with you, like just walking, and I got a stale face on. I didn't even realize it, bro.
Yeah.
But that's how I walk through the streets of New York. They always told me, you can't let people even look like you could be played with.
Yeah.
So I just literally walk around the streets like, I don't know why. I'm a happy person, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Jesus Christ.
I was like, yo, I don't know why I'm walking to go pick up this chicken sandwich with my fist clenched like so fucking tightly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Ready to like swing on like anybody.
White knuckles.
Yeah, like what time
Sometimes you just gotta release.
Yeah, but then also, you don't want to be outside looking like a fucking Teletubby. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to be outside looking approachable.
Well,
this shit is crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the crazy shit to me, because tell me if y'all think this is true. I feel like dudes in the hood, like, we would do stuff, like, and start trends that anyone else would get you fucking snuffed. Like the biggies, bro. Like the Merms.
Yeah.
Like if you're wearing a purple down jacket in like fucking Cleveland, Ohio.
That's 4 sizes too big.
That's 4 sizes too big. And you got a diamond belt on, they be like, yo, get this motherfucker. Who are you, bro?
Yeah.
And then you gotta be like, I'm from New York.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. That niggas don't know about the biggies, nigga. And the people Simon.
Yeah, it's
also
about
that.
Also, it's 10 degrees out, but your pants are around your thighs.
That's right.
For some reason.
You got the long johns on.
Yeah, like you can only get away with that shit, and you can only get away with that shit here. You know?
Yo, purple biggie out looking like Grimace and shit. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Hey, it's New York shit.
Yo, it's New York shit. You know we got, and you know what else, man? Fucking, we gotta bring back Biggie's, and Nancy Pelosi gotta bring back DEI to the FBI with her kufi and her shawl. She gotta, you know what I'm saying? The kente cloth type shit.
I can't believe that shit happened, bro.
That was.
She took a knee and all that.
That was
That's what I'm
crazy.
saying. Like, how you take a knee and now we got a full-blown dictator now.
Yeah.
Like, that's how you know people get deep into freedom, and then they're just like, actually, nah.
You're good.
And now we got a fucking we in a whole different.
You're good.
It's some bullshit. That's what you get when you perform and you don't actually give a fuck about people.
Yeah. My bad. It was a horrible race. It would have been so much better if I. No, it was horrible. That race was horrible. I don't take a blind eye, but I try not to consume too much. I take it so serious. What's going on in the world? I take it so serious. It's so crazy. I think what's happening is so crazy. Like, and you're right. Like, the news is so depressing that a lot of people do turn it off because of how depressing it is. It's like, man, I don't want to hear this shit. Let's turn this shit off. And I 100% get that. I 100% get that, like, ideology. Because it is depressing. It's like, why am I going to listen to that shit that's going to fucking depress me when I can, like, listen and watch literally anything else? There is so much entertainment out there. Whether sports, video games, TV shows, podcasts, music, shit, books. You know what I mean? There's so many things that you can put on your screen instead of, things like, the news. But what's dangerous about that is the rich 1%er, like the people who really want to take control of us, as much as they can and literally take our rights away from right underneath our noses, please believe that they are tuned in every day. Granted, they have the type of money that they can, when they're ready to escape, they go to another fucking country. They go to another country. These motherfuckers have Epstein Islands. They go buy an island and just do the most evil, fucked up shit, or just whatever, right? Like they have the money to disappear. But please believe they are fucking tuned in every day. And people like us, our lives are so stressful. The last thing we really care to do is after we have our stressful 8-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour shift, motherfuckers got to come home and like take care of their kids and shit. You got bills to pay. You're just making ends meet and shit like that. Like the last thing you're trying to do is now digest things that just make you feel like you're doing all of this for nothing. I totally get that. But they literally will take your rights away from right underneath your noses. Like when you turn it off and you stop paying attention and you're not like being aware and you're not like causing a ruckus at times when shit's going on, it's like they're trust me, they're paying attention. They're totally paying attention, and they're putting things in place like you weren't even aware of the Elon Musk and freaking the treasury. Like here, I'll show you a quick video on. I don't even want This is what I'll tell you to do, right? Because I honestly, the whole first half of the whole first half of my stream has been I can't play the video, right? I can't play the video because I'm not sure what the rules are for the Daily Show, but just read. I don't know if you could read this right here. Hang on, let me make it bigger. I'm not going to play the video right now. Can I make it bigger? Let me. Boom. Okay. Like, read this right here. Elon Musk. Elon gets your social security number. Like, shit's happening like as we speak. As we speak, shit is happening. And yeah, bro. Yeah, and it's depressing. You know someone else I would tell you to listen to this person. I actually played. Where is it? AOC Alexandria Ocasio. I love her. She's a G. I played this earlier in my stream. She breaks down a lot of what's going on, and she does a way better job. And do you know who AOC is? Like AOC she used to be a bartender, like straight up. She was a bartender, and now she works like, I don't know, she works in the Senate or something, but whatever. Yeah, like she kind of breaks down like a whole bunch of stuff that's going on, and what you can do to try to fight against it as best you can. And it's just good. It's just good to be aware, because I don't know. I understand my argument on why people should be aware of what's going on, but I also understand why people would want to just turn the shit off and they don't want to hear the shit. So I really do get both sides. And honestly, me as like trying to grow my stream, it's probably not the best thing for me to do. Like I literally chase people away. And once I start talking politics or something like that, I will chase people away. And that's not really what I want to do. But I'm just like, bro, I'll just be like, yo, did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? Like, oh my God, did you hear about this? And I'll just want to talk about it with people. And so we could kind of learn together. That would be cool. Or I think that would be cool. I feel like I'm on the worst time ever to become an adult with responsibilities. It's the worst. It's the best and the worst, right? It's definitely better than how it was in the 1950s, right? With everything going on. Not ever, but yeah. Right. But no. I totally get it. Yeah. The one grateful thing we can be thankful for is that it's only 4 years we have to endure, but it could potentially be extended. It could be more if people aren't really careful and just being aware of. Wait, why did my? Oh, I think I moved it. That's why. Hang on. Oh no, I didn't. Here, boop. There we go. Much better. To me, it's whatever. Like, I already realize that what's going on, and like I don't care. Like, I want to be aware. I want to know what's going on, and I want to stay up to date. Like, it doesn't really bother me as much. But I would, if I were you, I would just maybe like once a week. And there's a good, really cool website. This website. If you ever want to get like news, this is a really good website because it has both. It has right wing, left wing, and like news that's down the center, and it will actually show you like news articles that aren't getting covered by one side or the other. It's just good to be. It's a really cool website, and I only found out about it within the last like year. No, within the last like 2 months. I mean, like I never heard about ground news, but they really try to. Hold up. Honestly, I'm at the point where hang on. Honestly, I'm at the point of life where I think about what type of world I would want my future children to live in. And right now, it's not that type of, yeah, that's, and yeah. And that's to each his own, right? Like and that's a valid feeling. That's a very valid feeling. And there's plenty of reason to, there's plenty of reason to be apprehensive about that, depending on your state of mind. There's some people that think it's better than ever. But for me, I totally get that. But the only thing that can help combat that, I think, is just gaining more information, getting more knowledge from credible sources, not necessarily from me, or but just like getting it from like valid sources. Like, I'll tell you, like, I have family members who are very, very smart, significantly smarter than I will ever be, right? And they had kids, and I've never said it to them. But I often wonder, it's like, as smart as they are, as how they see the world is going, why the hell would they want to bring a kid into the world? But they still procreated, and they still had a kid, and their kids are beautiful, right? And the kids are really smart and all of the above. So it can scare you, but there are people who probably think similarly to how you think, and smarter, and they have kids, and they're fighting the good fight. Thank you. You have a good night. Thanks for the conversation, and I'll be around. I'm sorry if I bored you or scared you or made you depressed, but there's a lot of good out there in the world. There's a lot of great information, and I'll try to find it and have it on my stream every now and then, and also make my stream not so yeah, for sure it is 4 a.m. But yeah, later, yo. Good night. Come on, Gideon.
Dictator now.
Yeah.
Like that's how you know people get deep into freedom, and then they just like, actually, nah.
You're good. You're good.
And now we gotta fucking we in a whole different.
You're good.
It's a bullshit.
Damn.
That's what you get when you perform, and you don't actually give a fuck about people.
I would love to see.
sucking
well,
up
I
this
wouldn't
race.
see it, but it would be funny as fuck to see Trump doing the same shit. Like if he was just like, happy birthday, Superman. I got my kufi on. And he did like a press conference and shit. And he started doing the same shit Pelosi was doing with the scarf on and shit. I'm like, yo, you doing a lot.
Yeah, nah, everybody be fucking doing a lot. Like, all these fucking collabs every 5 minutes.
Yo!
Bro, I feel
Stop.
like, why didn't Kennedy, like, relax, all right? I don't want the fucking Dr. Oz McDonald's collab.
Bro, listen, guys.
I don't need it.
You do great work. Like what man said, we do not need a Travis Scott melted toy meal. You know what I'm saying? That like motherfuckers line up. I just want a triple cheeseburger, bro, because I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Now the line is around the corner because these little motherfuckers are standing here with look dressed like Billie Eilish. Sorry, Billie. Waiting for these fucking Travis Scott toys.
Age check.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry to be the one to do it. It's an age check. They're not doing this shit for us.
They're not.
They're not doing this shit for anybody that's past 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
All right? Make sure you know
Y'all
that.
made me hate the letter X. You know what I'm saying? Now I get mad. I've been doing fucking algebra with my son. I'm like, yo, fuck this shit. I don't want to
It's
do
because
it.
it's algebra, bitch. Not because it's fucking. Yeah, that's so. Don't try to blame that on Elon.
Damn, bro.
Even though I hate him, I'm not gonna let you take that one.
Nah, but like, as a fucking, like, and also, like, speaking for the nerds, all right? Collabs used to, like, I don't think collabs are the problem as much now that we're, like, talking about this. It's not so much the collabs, it's scalpers and resellers. I feel like they ruined just the concept of collabs. 'Cause, like, as a fucking nerd who, like, actually enjoys some of this stuff and, like, enjoys, like, bro, when I was a kid, I couldn't afford a lot of, like, the nerdy shit that I really liked. Like, I couldn't afford any of those collabs because, number one, they were rare, and number two, even if I could find it, they were super expensive. Now that I'm an adult with big boy money, they're accessible, they're all, like, fucking, they're all gone. Like anytime Godzilla drops anything, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's out of here. Like, I remember for -1, I forgot who they collabed with, if the producers table could look this up for me, but when Godzilla -1 dropped, the producers and the animators and the director all showed up to the red carpet in these custom Godzilla -1 like shoes. And like they had like a heel They had like a Chelsea boot, and it was like Godzilla's like scales.
Not the Chelsea boot,
Oh,
Godzilla.
that's sick.
And it was fucking
The
fire.
Godzilla Chelsea boot is
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying? That shit was hard. And like they were like, oh, collab dropping soon, whatever. I checked, bro, 2 minutes, that shit is gone. But then you check fucking StockX, lo and behold, motherfuckers is reselling that shit for $1,000.
Yeah.
And it even goes back to the markers, bro. Like how you said earlier, yo, I'm gonna make all the hype beasts mad because I'm gonna actually use these.
This.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the
So-
shit, bro. Like
Yeah.
shit like that. I'm like, bro, this is meant to be used. Like this, yo, you know my favorite thing to do with shit like this is like, cause I got some keep herring like Montana cans too and shit, and I'm just like,
vandalize.
I'm gonna use them. Yeah. I'm gonna fucking bomb shit. I'm gonna tag up, and then I'm gonna just keep the empty shit as like, yo, this is
As a
collectible.
memento, yeah,
dog.
type shit, yeah.
And it looks even cooler if you got ink and shit on the Supreme logo. You know what I'm saying? It's fire.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of like the older people of our time where you get something really nice or something beautiful or really cool, and instead of you using it, you just put it in the fucking vitrina.
Bro.
And these people, they won't, like they'll have the finest china, the best cups, the most beautiful plates, and they will not use them. And to me, it's like, I know this now because I've also had to grow out of the mindset of using the good things and not just waiting for a good day.
Yeah.
I look at the china in my mom's closet, in her vitrina, and it's like, yo, this was given to you from somebody who passed away already.
Right.
Take that shit out. Use it.
Yeah.
When we have guests, use the shit that we have, because what are you gonna do when we're not here anymore?
Right.
Yeah.
You're gonna hand it
Stare
off
at
to
the
the
shit?
next person.
Right.
No, we're here now, bro. Let's use the fucking shit.
Bro.
I'm hungry.
We have that with our outfits, with our candles, with anything that you really, really like. It's like you keep it somewhere tucked away. You're like, I'm gonna save this for a good day.
I'll be right back.
Bro,
If you don't like that motherfucking candle tonight, don't get me tight.
Yo, you know how to get around that? Just don't let. So if you're ever gonna gift, I'm talking to you, audience. If you're ever gonna gift an elder Dominican anything, do not let them see the price.
Yes.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
not
nah.
let them
Bro.
see the price. All right. I got a tío. I got an uncle. His name is Tío Francisco. Es un tío. He was in the States after like a long time of not coming here, and I took him to Fred Perry because he loves him a good polo. So I bought him a Fred Perry, and you know them shits is like 90 cash. 90 cash American to a Dominican brain is insane. So I was trying to be slick and snatch it up because I was like, tío, te gusta este color? Like, you like this color or this color? Which one? Right? Bro, and like he picked the one he liked, and I was like, okay, so I got him because my pops was with me too, and he needed a new wallet. So I got him a new wallet. So while I'm picking the wallet, bro, all I hear from behind is like he's like fumbling with the shirt, looking for the tag, and all I hear is, yep. And it's just, and that's our wait. That's our Spanish lesson of the day.
Yeah.
That's our Spanish lesson of the day. So, okay.
The whole word is diablo.
Diablo, which literally translates to the devil, but figuratively translates to goddamn.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you ever hear a Dominican say "anda el diablo," it's like if something happens, it's like "anda el diablo." Like if the car fucking runs out of gas, that just means that the devil was lurking. Something bad just happened.
Yep. But the less of the word you hear, the more it intensifies.
Yes.
So if you hear Diablo, not that big a deal.
You're okay.
But if you hear that's
Yeah, find safety.
Are you okay? If you hear somebody say that shit from the other room, they stuck a fork in the socket. You know what I'm saying?
That was their last words.
Yeah,
that was it.
That's it.
But back to Theo, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Back to Theo, right? So I hear behind me. I'm like, fuck. So I'm like, yo, So I'm like, he saw the tag. He's never gonna wear this shit, bro. And then while I'm like, ¿Qué pasó, tío? What happened? He's like, no, esto demasiado cuarto. Like he's like, nah, this is too much bread. I'm like, tío, bro, it's your fucking birthday. You here? You know what I'm saying? Like, And then while he's doing that, my pops looks at the wallet price and goes, and I'm like, God damn it, bro. Fuck. So to Liz's point, ask me if either of them have touched either of those items.
Of course not.
In the years since I bought them for them.
Let me tell you something.
So I say that to say, do not let a Dominican look at the price of anything you get them.
Never, bro. Take the shit off when you wrap it before you do anything. Or just make sure that the shit doesn't look like something expensive.
Yeah, I'll give my mom something regular. Mommy be like, ¿Y cuánto? ¿Y cuánto es eso?
Yeah.
Yo.
And it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Just take it and relax.
Yeah.
Because one thing they will do is they'll store some shit in storage.
What?
And they'll just have it there just to show. Maybe on a good night they'll bring it out and wear it with happiness or use it, but very rarely.
Yo.
Motherfuckers like to leave things get dusted, and I really want to leave y'all with that message. Whatever you got, use it. Like there is no perfect day. Stop waiting for you to use things. Yeah, do what you have. Yo, live your life like if it's. Why does that sound so corny? Live your life as if your last.
Yeah,
but that ass. Stop storing all your best outfits for a special day. Stop saving all your favorite candles, your favorite perfumes, your colognes. Stop doing all of that shit, bro. Use what you have today.
Yeah, use what you have.
Otherwise, you're gonna fucking die, and the doorman in your building is gonna give me all your Hermes ties.
Can you imagine that, bro? Can you imagine all your most prized possessions ending up in a thrift store?
Yo, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe you might get stopped in the street by a white transplant fashion TikToker to ask you about your fit. So bust out the Jinko jeans.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Get out the spider jacket. You know what I mean? Bring out the vintage South Pole. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa, South Pole,
money. You know what I'm saying?
Vintage South Pole. I feel like Jamie Foxx used to do ads for them, bro. Like I could be tweaking, but that was a wild brand.
Yeah, man. So shout out to South Pole. Shout out to all our listeners out there. Shout out to all the Dominican parents that don't know how to use expensive things because it's not what they're used to. But please break out of that habit.
Please.
This has been episode 89 of Victory Light.
We love you and you deserve nice things.
Yo, please. You know what I'm saying? Do something nice for yourself. Use the fine china, like Liz said. You know what I'm saying? Wear your nice jacket, like Rainey said. You know what I'm saying?
Take yourself out.
Take yourself out, you know what I mean? And yeah, do that. And slam your cock on the table.
Jesus Christ.
A Victory Light.
Just a reminder to subscribe. And it's a little bit longer of an intro today, so hey, check out the markers if you want to get into the stories. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the episode.
Will they not even forgive me, but understand, like, I'm not PC? You know? So, like, don't come here. Come here if you want to be offended, but don't come here, like, looking for, you know, good takes. They're all terrible.
Okay, I love that this is the energy we're starting off with today. This is going to be so, so good. And I know, hearing you say this, I know I picked the right theme for you.
I'm so excited. Because is it still like Reddit? Like
Still Reddit.
Okay.
And a lot of people get scared because, like, you know.
Me. I'm a Reddit sleuth.
Are you?
Yes. You know, sometimes when you're so hungover, you need to feel something. And preferably it's like something bad.
I feel so bad about how much I drank and blacking out that I just need to feel worse about something else.
Right. Like I need to have some kind of emotion and I need a distraction. So one time I watched my ex-boyfriend's wedding live on Instagram stories when I was so hungover. It did the job. I felt all right.
I would have needed a padded room.
Yeah. No, literally, I should have been admitted to the hospital.
Checking yourself into the ICU where you used to work.
ASAP. So then when I was on Bachelorette, I did a similar thing. I was so hungover. I forget where I was, but I was in like an Airbnb and then I looked up my name and it got the job done. It was terrible. And I haven't been back.
Thank God, because that's a form of self-harm that should not be repeated.
Yeah. No, I agree. And like, haters means you made it. I know it's trite and it's like, but like Cardi B, I feel like is wise in some ways. And I don't know, it just really rings true. It's like if you hate me so much and you're going to talk about me, like, why are you thinking about me so much?
Thank you.
You know?
That's the question I've been asking.
Yeah. Because the people I
will
hate
never be
the
solved.
No, and the people I hate the most, or like not hate, but want to talk shit about, like I am incredibly jealous. But
are you?
Kinda.
I see the one like person that I'm just like ugh about. Like there's actually there's more than one.
Yeah,
but I just like literally they pop up and I'm like, like I'm not jealous at all. I actually I feel so much pity.
Ooh,
Or maybe
okay.
pity's not the right word. Like, just like,
what actions on their end make you feel pity? I don't know if I feel. Yeah.
I'm just like, I feel so bad. You
Totally.
just
Because this is coming from a bad place.
yeah, like you're
Yeah.
just such a bad person.
Yeah.
And I know how bad of a person you are.
Mhm.
And other people don't. And they like you. But
Oh, no, I like having that insight too. Like, I like being on the right side of history. I told you so. I will never keep it in.
I have such a hard time. My mom and my brother just like got a new couch recently, and I told them, I was like, that's not gonna fit. I was like,
Yeah.
that's not gonna fucking fit. And they get it in the house and it doesn't fit. And they go,
and you're like, yes.
I literally go, I told you so.
Yeah.
I just needed one. I just needed one.
Literally.
But our theme today, which, first of all, guys, you might have recognized her amazing voice or her beautiful face if you're watching on YouTube. But today's host is the lovely Gabby Wendy.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited.
I'm blown away. I told you, I did like a full deep dive on you because I hate not being
I'm
prepared.
sorry.
But you have lived so many lives.
Yeah.
ICU nurse, Denver Broncos cheerleader,
Yeah.
on The Bachelor, then The Bachelorette, which splitting a season, they robbed you. Then Dancing with the Stars, you got robbed.
Yes.
You should have won.
Yeah, it was a national upset. People just like,
God.
Yeah, they just like, these things blow over.
Your dancing was insane.
Thank you.
Insane.
Yeah.
Now you're on Traitors, which also I'm obsessed.
Thank
I'm
you.
just like, this is the greatest show. How have I never seen this? I'm just like, I'm blown away by you. And like every clip I watch, like, first of all, I love how much you scared Alfonso on Dancing with the Stars.
Oh my God, he was the best.
He like didn't know how to handle you, and he was
Yeah.
like, you could tell he was kind of scared. Like, what's Gabby gonna say next?
Yeah.
But then like just all of your clips, like you are so emotionally intelligent.
Thank you.
Like you really are just tuned in and with it.
Thank you so much.
I don't want it to go to your head too much, you know?
No, my head
but-
can barely fit, but I'm like, it does come with side effects.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Empathy
yeah.
kills.
Yeah, literally. I wish I could back off a little bit. Well, Anne, what's your sign?
I'm a Pisces, which
Okay.
I was offended. You said Pisces better luck next time. I was like, this bitch. Maybe I don't like her so much.
No. My co-bachelorette Rachel is a Pisces.
Okay.
Yeah. But other than that, I haven't really met a lot, honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
We're just at home crying.
Literally. I'm like, it's just like feels like you're very emotional.
I'm already crying.
Yeah, actually. Are you okay?
I was just
We're
off to a start, dude. No, I'm a laugh crier. It's concerning.
No, that's the best.
Oh my God.
I love when people laugh cry. I did it once the other day,
I look
and I'm
like a
like, that felt
raccoon.
good.
I'm just like, okay, literally, why did I put bottom mascara on?
But back to emotional intelligence. Sometimes it teeters on the line of judgy. I'm just like, oh my God, there's no hope for you. And then I'll continue to pick apart in my head. So I'm like, I'm trying to come off of that. I'm not judging you.
Okay, thank you.
No,
I get
already
scared about
like
being perceived.
Oh my God, I already like you immediately.
Yes.
Obviously. Me,
Okay.
come on, imagine. if
I passed the
was
Gabby
like-
bar.
No, I know. This is so crazy, but I don't want you. I don't know if I'm setting the tone. I don't want you to think that I'm like came in here and sit and I'm like,
This is
judging
my
the
show
fuck out of you.
now?
Yes, I need to-
Actually?
Okay, please, like, just I'm gonna put a muzzle on.
No, unmuzzle, unfiltered. I want bad takes. I want devil's advocate. I want it all.
Yes.
Today's theme, because obviously you're on Traitors right now. And I literally, before I started watching the show, I was like, okay, good theme for Gabby. Like maybe it's friend or foe. Like it's a slippery slope, a fine line. I started the show and Alan Cummings is literally like friend or foe. And I was like, the fuck? Okay, this feels meant to be. But the more I got into these stories, I'm like, it's very clear a lot of them are foe. A lot of them are very
Yes.
like evil. So I changed it a little bit, and what I'm working with right now, it could change by the time it comes out. Sometimes my titles do. But it's more along the lines of like, is there any good in this evil? Like, is there a silver lining here?
Yeah.
Because as you will see, these people are unhinged.
Right.
But maybe there's a little
Yeah.
Upside, maybe not.
Totally.
But you and
Probably
your emotional
not.
intelligence, I feel like you would be the one to find it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Now I'm like getting nervous. I'm like, oh my God.
You got this. You're going to crush it. Let's dive in. Oh, how do I want to start you off today?
Give it to me.
Okay. This one is coming from AITAH. Am I the
for an environment that you're in and then watch YouTube videos in this like floating background on a mountain. Not as high fidelity as Apple's, just not as good looking.
Okay.
But cool feature. So my understanding is that it will be pretty easy to make spatial apps, but if you don't update your app at all, it will still work on the headset.
Do you
which
think this
pretty
is the reason that they haven't made a YouTube app for Vision Pro? Because they want it to be exclusive to an Android XR headset?
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean,
that's a pretty huge thing, especially since they shut down the third-party Juno player.
My question is, what's a better experience, watching YouTube in the browser on Vision Pro or a built-in YouTube app on this Muhan headset?
Right, because in Vision Pro Safari, they have a special like windowed mode for a video player now.
Yeah, so you can watch a video full screen with a background kind of exactly the same way you do on the Muhan headset. It just won't be curved.
Right.
But you can change the size, make it huge, make it further away, closer to you. It's similar.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I feel like a player, like an app, is going to have better UX design as well than just the website in a window. So
the second you have to move around the actual browser, it's better on the Samsung headset.
Better on the Samsung headset?
Yeah, because I don't want to have to move around YouTube.com.
Right.
With my pinching and scrolling.
I hear what you're saying.
So, yeah.
Cool.
That's an interesting thought.
Okay.
But I enjoyed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Other questions. Do they have any sort of group stuff you could do?
No, none of that was demoed. No.
Okay.
I would assume no, honestly.
Yeah.
I think it took Apple a while even to start building these like shared experiences, and SharePlay is like their magic sauce that like works kind of cool with certain apps. I had no shared space experiences with like another person in a headset interacting with the same model as me.
So no personas.
No personas.
No crazy personas.
That's a good question. I didn't make any video calls, so I don't know what that would look like to the person on the other side.
Maybe they just haven't.
They just see
like,
your eyes really up close.
Yeah. There was, I was in there playing with the headset for maybe 2 or 3 hours. I didn't get to do everything. Video calls is not something I got to. But I did play around with some stuff that's not in the video, like just web browsing and poking around the stock apps and things like that, throwing apps all everywhere. Honestly, my biggest takeaway was, damn, Gemini, this might be the most useful thing I've done with Gemini.
Just because you can interact with it with your voice?
It can actually poke into the UI of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And it seems like it can actually move into spatial apps and like use the UI for you inside of spatial apps. But I could ask Gemini to clean up my windows, and if I had 6 windows, it would line them all up next to each other. That was great. I could ask it to open an app and open Google Maps and show me this thing, and it'd do that for me. If I was looking at something in pass-through, like a painting on a wall, I could say, who painted this? And it would just pull up a web browser and Google something like, who painted this? So it was pretty like hands-free. Obviously, it still has eye tracking. It will still have controller support. But the complete lack of having to do anything with my hands and just talk to the thing was surprisingly nice.
That was something I noticed for your video. So you said that you basically just have to put it on, do the eye alignment thing, which takes like a second, and it automatically does hand tracking.
Yes, hand tracking is automatic.
So you don't have to do the whole Vision Pro thing of like, look that way, look up, look down, put your hands
For eye tracking, you do have to do the looking at the dots to dial in eye tracking. So by default, eye tracking was actually off, and I was doing everything with my hands. And so I'd point my pinched fingers at the subject and select things, which is a lot of arm movement. Obviously in Vision Pro, you straight away set up eye tracking, and you never really do that. You can do essentially the same exact setup. It's like looking at a bunch of different dots around the screen, and then it's all right, we can see your eyes now.
Okay.
And then you can do the same sort of stuff.
Does the eye tracking feel as precise as on Vision Pro?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same magical look at something, it's highlighted instantly, move around the UI with your eyes, and you can see like things like highlighting as you look at them.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Okay, so when Vision Pro came out, it definitely felt like a very magical type of technology. Do you think that this feels like it's exactly caught up?
If the Vision Pro is an iPad Pro, the Project Muhan headset is a Samsung Galaxy Tab. So So if you love the magic of this is a super thin piece of hardware that is actually a computer and is amazing that it can do all these things on a display, you will feel the same thing with the Galaxy Tab. There are certain things that Apple does in their own ecosystem that are another level of magic on top of that, whether it's SharePlay or shared experiences or whatever apps that you're using, that will not quite be the same on the Google one. But Google has Gemini, Google has YouTube, Google Apps built in. It has that extra functionality to make up for maybe not being as magical.
Right.
So it is very functional. There's no way it costs $3,500. I think this thing is going to be $2K tops.
Right.
Probably less.
Right.
And I think that's going to be a big reason people will consider it over a Vision Pro. But yeah, not as magical. I think that's fair.
Interesting. I guess the relevant comparison could be like ChatGPT to Gemini, where because Google has all of these Google apps that Gemini can tap into and it already has all your data, it's more useful than just like a platform.
Yeah. In certain ways, yeah. It's cool, and I still want to play around with it again and try things like searching inside of apps. Like I wonder if I could ask Gemini in the headset about an old email, and I wonder if it would go into the email app and like search through that and find it. That would be amazing, because essentially it's just pulling up an instance of Gemini Live, which is the conversational thing that's on your phone already. So I imagine whatever that can do, this can do in the headset.
Yeah.
And since it's multimodal, I can take a picture on my phone and it can search that. Well, the headset, it's running pass-through all the time. Gemini Live can see that.
Yeah.
And so I can just ask about something I see.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of potential, I think.
And when you were talking to Google, did they have like a specific positioning for why this is useful to use? Because Apple never really defined what it thought the Vision Pro was best suited for.
It's true.
And I feel like it tried to figure that out after it launched it. It was like, this is great for media consumption, but also kind of work. And as they've updated Vision Pro, they've updated the categories that they found people were using it for more. But it still isn't that defined, and I feel like that's part of the reason it is not doing well. Did Google have like a, we want people to use this for work, we want people to do this? Like, do they have a positioning for this thing?
It was mostly centered around Gemini. I think if you asked them, they would mostly tell you, like, this is the best way to use Gemini. You can use it on your phone, you can use it on your tablet, or you could just use it on a pair of glasses or a headset that you're wearing all the time, and it's always able to talk to you. So I think their pitch would be, it's the best way to use Gemini, and that's...
It reminds me of your... AI pin part of like the part of the video where you ask the AI pin to name the car, and then you just pull out your S24 Ultra and it does it faster.
I think there's some instances where this is the best way to use Gemini, where you're in a world where you're walking outside with this headset on and a car passes in front of you. You literally look at the headset and go, "What car?" You just look at the car and go, "What kind of car is that?" And Gemini can see the car you're looking at and can tell you right away. I had a clip in the video where I held up a book.
Yeah.
And the book had a picture, and at the bottom it said like the name of the art, the name of the photo, and where it was taken. And all I did was pull up the picture, look at it, and go, "Can you take me there?" And it understood that context, understood that it was a location, opened Google Maps, searched that location, and then took me to that location in Google Maps.
Cool.
So if it's able to do that sort of parsing and understanding and carry out actions into apps on my behalf, I think that's the pitch.
That would be cool. I would like to see what the limits of that are outside of a contained space.
Totally.
Also, do they have any sort of like workspace expansion stuff where they can expand your laptop screen or anything like that?
Did not hear about that.
Okay.
Didn't hear about that.
Interesting.
I would be curious what happens if there's any screen mirroring, or if I plug it into a laptop, what happens? Because I didn't get to do that either.
I want to see their first ad for this device because I need to know what they're trying to tell people to buy it for.
That's a great point. The ads say a lot about what they imagine people use it for. I did get to connect a Bluetooth mouse and keyboard.
Okay.
And there wasn't like a computer also, so it was just me using the mouse and keyboard to move around Android XR apps, which is cool. But quickly going from like pinching something and then typing on a keyboard and then a mouse, all of that was very fluid.
Interesting.
But yeah, I'm curious about that first ad too. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. I got 2 questions.
Yeah.
One, were you able to look at a bright thing and then back at a not so bright thing?
Yeah, good question. So, like you said, this was a very controlled environment, and in the interest of getting as many shots for our video as possible, we basically stayed in this evenly well-lit room.
Yeah.
There was a display in the room. I could look at it, and I could look around very quickly, and that seemed very fluid, but I don't have any memory or footage of like looking at a super bright light and then something dark. So I don't know if it would handle it the same way as Vision Pro. I kind of imagine it will, though.
Yeah.
Just kind of trying to balance out exposure quickly and hopefully not peak.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. Do you think that this is, like, from what you experienced and going back to what their first ad is going to be, is this basically just a dev kit again, just like how the Apple Vision Pro was?
Yeah, it's basically a dev kit. I think that's accurate. Honestly, right now they are using this headset as a dev kit, and that's where you'll see it right now before it's shipped. But yeah, it feels like, okay, Vision Pro is out, Quest 3 is out, there are headsets that are out in the world, and if we want any sort of advantage or if we want people to use our platform, we need people to develop for it. We need to get something out in their hands. This is the first headset that has Android XR. Take it away, developers, make awesome stuff. And then hopefully that leads them to making magical, amazing apps that make you want to use it.
Like, the Vision Pro problem still applies when it's Android.
Yeah.
So I just really need to know.
But it applies at half the price. Probably.
Hopefully less.
Maybe less.
Because even at $1,750, this thing is way overpriced.
Yeah, but for a cheaper AR, VR experience, you get the Meta Quest.
Yeah, all the way down to $350, $300. Yeah.
Plus, if you can't plug this into a computer, like, Android
I'm sure
apps
you'll be able to
great,
mirror your Chrome tab or something, you know?
Because right now the Quest can already have your computer display.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to have that feature in this headset. But also, if you're gonna charge more than the Quest, then you have to be able to do more than the Quest. And the Quest has a huge library of games. That's like what they're really good at right now. And obviously, the work aspect is okay. You can computer mirror. I would imagine that this kind of gets positioned as, yes, you can work in it, but also you're just going to get so much done with Gemini all the time. It's going to be the super useful thing that helps you all. You're going to want to walk around the office and write emails while your hands are in your pockets.
Yeah, but the problem is this thing is so big, just like the Apple Vision Pro. Like, how long until this is in a pair of Ray-Bans? Like, if they're just going to put Gemini in glasses.
Yes.
You know?
Okay. Great point. And I think this will be probably the last big point for this. Android XR as a platform can be in a bunch of different form factors. So in this video, I said that Project Muhan, think of it as like the Pixel or the Nexus or whatever of this platform, meaning that it's an example for a version of the hardware you can put it on.
Yeah.
But there will be, from other manufacturers, higher-end versions, lower-end versions, different form factors. We were, I think, maybe having a conversation about PCs. Maybe, was this last week on the podcast? But like, desktop computers are still a big thing that you put on your desk, and people will buy higher end components or lower end components, but they'll just run Windows again at the end of the day.
Right.
And so Android XR will run on smart glasses too. But if it's on smart glasses, you will have less total functionality. You can't watch a movie on them. You can't see the Gemini UI as easily. It'll just be text-based instead of like this whole animation thing. So there are pros and cons to different form factors, but the idea is they're introducing Android XR, and then hopefully the hardware ecosystem blooms and the developer ecosystem blooms, and then everything's blossoming at the same time.
So more of, instead of trying to crash the VR and the smart glasses into each other, you're just saying, we're just going to run on all the types of platforms.
Yeah.
Like all the types of headsets.
Exactly. Yeah. Android XR is the base software layer for all of the future AR, VR, XR experiences that will come in the form of headsets, glasses, etc.
Okay.
Google.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm very interested in where this goes and how they position it and all this stuff. I did hear that they were planning to release it in 2025, though.
Yep.
So
they wouldn't stop telling us that. They couldn't stop. Every time we asked about it, we're like, so this year? And then Andrew would ask, so actually this year? And then they go, yeah, a couple months, yeah. So they're, I think...
You should have asked them where the Galaxy Home is. And then I'd feel more comfortable.
I know, yeah. Every company's got an air power that makes us go.
True.
Literally every company has announced something where we go, can we trust them anymore?
Yeah.
Are they going to make, even if they have a track record, but you didn't ship that one thing, so now I don't know.
That's true.
So
interesting.
Yeah, Samsung. We'll see. 2025 allegedly.
Okay, and nothing about price.
Nothing. Nothing about price.
Cool.
All of my estimates would come from, like, if I was betting, like we could probably estimate in an educated way. Like I looked at that display and the field of view and the materials and the battery, and I don't know the bill of materials, but I imagine from Samsung they would position this in a way that they could undercut Vision Pro, but still be looked at as premium.
Let's take a market that has very few people in it and make it even smaller.
Well, Quest is popular.
That's true, but for gaming.
Right.
Like, you know what that's for. Nobody knows what these other things are for.
Yeah. Well, hopefully. So I did play one game briefly. I don't even
GTA
remember.
6.
It was I'm gonna
Launches
look like such an idiot. I forgot the name of this game. It was like a flat game with like a bunch. It was a house cross section with a bunch of
Flappy Bird. Oh, was it Fallout Shelter?
Yes, that. And I played that for 30 seconds, and I was like, wow, it works with my hand control. That's crazy. Or I could have a mouse. And
Did it feel intuitive at all?
I don't know how to play that game, so I couldn't answer that. But yes, I mean, I zoomed in and I clicked things and I held things down and I moved them around. So yeah, I think it was pretty intuitive.
Decided to play mobile games on a thing I have to wear on my face.
I mean, there's going to be games that don't work at all.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine like Need for Speed games not going to.
Probably just be in a window, right?
You got to have controllers at that point.
Yeah.
I think you need controllers.
Right.
So is this built on Daydream, or is this just a brand new situation?
We don't talk about that.
I don't think Daydream, I don't think Google even remembers what that is.
Do you remember Cardboard?
Yeah.
It was under my seat.
Cardboard was fire. Cardboard was a great idea. Just put your phone right on your face. I'm going to guess when this Samsung headset comes out, it's going to retail for...
Nope. More.
No, I was gonna say $15.99 or $16.99.
I'm guessing like $6.99.
All the way to $6.99.
I think it'll be more than Quest, but it'll be way cheaper than Vision.
Wait, $699?
$7.99.
$799?
Yeah.
Not $1,700.
I'm going with $15.99.
Ooh. Okay.
Like, think
$9.99.
about like an S24 Ultra is already $12.99.
Yeah.
But everyone knows what to do with an S24.
That's my thing. Like,
Yeah.
in order to get people to buy a thing, like, people buy the Quest even though they're not totally sure what they're going to do with it because it's $500
And there's
it's
like 2 games they know they want to play.
And during Christmas it's $350. They want to play Beat Saber. It's a splurge moment. The Vision Pro is almost never a splurge moment.
Yeah.
So
I think it's all about positioning from Samsung.
Totally.
Like, in the way that they position their phones against other phones, they have to.
Do they even position their phones?
Well, they call this.
We know you're gonna buy it.
Like, they have the S25 and the Plus and then the Ultra, which has to be more because it's bigger but it's not that much better. But it has to be more expensive. So it's $12.99.
Yeah.
That's
because
really
they know that there's
expensive.
that market of people that will just get the best thing no matter what.
Right. And I think they'll see other headsets come out after this, and then this one is the premium one in that world. There will be $700 headsets that run Android XR, but I think they're going to look a little different from this one. And I think the one that looks like Vision Pro, I think they're aiming it at people who might have thought about buying a Vision Pro.
Come
so
on,
somebody
HTC.
who has $3,000.
You got to make your comeback.
We're going to
King.
get those cheaper headsets, but I think they're going to go right up well past $1,000. So that's why I'm going $15.99, $16. For some reason, $16.47's in my head, but that's not a real price. So let's go.
Great year.
Let's
Great
go.
year.
$15.99 is my official guess.
I guess I haven't touched it, so I don't know how the hardware quality
There's
is.
glass on the outside. The frame is metal. It's not plastic. Remember, Quest is just plastic.
Yeah.
And I think this has metal. It had fans. It had that Snapdragon chip inside. Yeah, it had fans.
You could hear them?
No, I didn't hear them.
Okay.
But it had fans. It had nice machine buttons. It had the braided cable for the battery. Like, it was definitely supposed to be. Yeah. So, yeah.
Did look like a Vision Pro.
Did look like
when you had the top shot of it, like on your head, but above, and it has the same freaking button as Vision Pro. It looks
I said in the video, and people got mad because I compared it to Vision Pro so much, but I was like, it's not a digital crown here, it's a button. And they're like, why you keep using Vision Pro as a reference?
Because I wonder.
Because Samsung did. That's why.
Because it looks like a Vision Pro.
Yeah, and it's also the one that a lot of people have seen. That video is 30 million views or something. Like, people have seen Vision.
Yeah.
So this is the reference. This is the Android version of the thing you released.
We've got Vision Pro.
There you go.
For people that want to buy it for their kids.
Do you want to make an official price guess?
$9.99.
Yeah.
$1,000.
$7.99. $9.99.
Oh, I feel like it's going to be more now.
It is.
If it's really not. Okay.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you a chance.
$12.99.
Okay, final answers.
Okay. Final
Lock them
answer.
in. Now we should do trivia.
Okay. Okay. $12.99.
Trivia, dude. So, David Cause and Damien Henry were two French Google engineers. With their with their 20% innovation time off, they made something that was introduced at Google I/O 2014 Developers Conference. 2014. In fact, everyone that attended walked away with it. What was it?
I was there. I think I went to that.
I think you did too. What was the thing?
11 years ago. When we were not old.
When we were wee lads.
When we were wee lads.
All right. Well, we'll think about this one. Answers will be at the end, like usual. We'll be right back. Support for Waveform comes from Life 360. So we'll be the first to tell you that not everything goes to plan. Life comes with its own set of curveballs for you to handle, especially when it comes to protecting your family. But while you can't foolproof your life, with Life 360 you can family-proof your family. So Life 360 is a location-sharing app that makes family life easier. Knowing where everyone is at any given time, making coordinating daily routines and activities a breeze. And you can attach a Life 360 tile tracker to all of your family's important stuff and then track that stuff down right within the app. So whether it's your keys, wallet, even the family pet, you can get it on a collar. If it tends to go missing, it's a great candidate for a tile tracker.
I have many things that tend to go missing in my life. Generally, my cameras tend to go missing. Ubers famously tend to go missing with my cameras. There was this one time that I definitely left my camera in an Uber, and it was driving around, but I knew that it was in the Uber because I had a tracker on my camera. So now all my most valuable cameras that I carry with me a lot, they have trackers on them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So this year you can stay connected with location sharing and stay coordinated with place alert notifications for when someone arrives or leaves a given location. So you can family-proof your family with Life 360. Visit life360.com or download the app today and use code WAVE to get 15% off. That's life360.com, code WAVE. All right, welcome back. We've got to talk about this DeepSeek thing.
Yeah.
Now, here's my relationship with the DeepSeek headlines.
Okay.
I was working on the Project Muhan video.
Okay.
And trying to distill all of my
We're
thoughts
gonna
on
come
this
back
headset.
to this video. I really want to see this Civilization 7 review.
There's one historical movie scene that comes to mind for me when I think about Sid Meier's Civilization 7, and it's not a flashy arena fight in Gladiator or Mission Control cheering as we safely bring Apollo 13 back home. It's Leo DiCaprio as Howard Hughes in The Aviator, running his hand along an airplane fuselage and insisting that he doesn't want to see any rivets.
She has got to be clean, Odie. Clean.
There's some method to the madness of smoothing out the texture in its design, and at times I can see why Firaxis went in this direction. But while it takes some good swings with combat and diplomacy, and it is still overall a good time to build a civilization from the ground up, I find that this obsessive streamlining is more often than not to the long-awaited 4X successor's detriment. Let me just restate for emphasis right from the jump that I don't hate playing Civ 7. It retains a lot of the series' signature charm and polish. There's an almost indefinable quality of craftsmanship to it that none in the barrage of recent Civ competitors has been able to fully replicate. It's more like this iteration was designed by Apple, trying to be user-friendly by taking away the ability to dig into the guts of its systems or fine-tune your experience, and I'm more of an Android person. The biggest culprit here is the interface, which simply doesn't provide enough of the information I would hope to find in a strategy game of this complexity. Learning to play Civ 7 is downright frustrating. And while I eventually figured out how to live with its woefully inadequate tooltips and barren Civlopedia entries, I never liked it. I constantly found myself hovering over things and left-clicking, right-clicking, holding down Shift, Alt, Control, screw it, scroll lock, anything in the hope that I could bring up more information. But it's just not there.
PC load letter? What the f does that mean?
In one of my first campaigns, I saw this little guy wandering around my territory. Now, I could open up the Civlopedia and type in Kahuna and find out that he's a unique missionary available to the Hawaiian Civ. But bar that, I don't have any information available here on the map about what he is. Is he a military unit? Is he dangerous? What is he doing here? Can I eat him? Likewise, clicking on a city center will bring up a basic info view, and you can click this button to show more information, but not a lot more information. Rarely enough. I know Civ 7 is the first to launch simultaneously on consoles, but information-dense games like Stellaris and Caves of COD have done absolutely admirably at making their vital details available at the touch of a controller. The absolute worst solution to the problem is just to go, you don't really need to know that, do you? That's exactly what Civ 7 has done, and while not catastrophic, it gets on my nerves constantly.
I swear to God, one of these days, I just kick this piece of out the window.
You and me both, man.
This minimalist philosophy even extends to the setup screen, which has a paltry number of options compared to any previous Civ game in the past couple decades. There are 3 world sizes and 6 different map types. But if you want to know what the difference between continents and continents plus is, again, you're out of luck, buddy. Go Google it, maybe. There's no explanation of the different difficulty levels either. And while standard map size does feel fairly large, even on the Archipelago preset, it generated maps where more than half of the world is land. So I was really missing Civ 6 options like world age, rainfall, sea level, or any of the other neat tweaks I've come to expect. It really feels like Firaxis wanted to give us a very specific, narrow experience with almost no room for customization. But as I said, that narrow experience is not by any means a terrible one. There is something to be said for a lean, mean, streamlined civilization game a la Civ Revolution, and this almost feels more like a successor to that than to Civ 5 and 6. Once I settled into its awkward, one-size-fits-all throne, I was having a pretty good time for most of it.
Ay, ay, ay.
The music and sound design deserve a prominent mention. Christopher Tin only puts out bangers, and Live Gloriously, which features lyrics in ancient Greek taken straight from the Iliad, is no exception. I also enjoyed Gwendolyn Christie's narration.
The shackles of gravity are broken.
And the sound effects for everything from plopping a new district to opening fire with a rifle company are punchy and satisfying. Also, in a first for this series, well-written narrative events pop up to bring a touch of human character to the broad sweep of history, and I particularly liked that there are some impactful ones for specific civs. Having gone from the Shawnee into Mexico, upon unlocking factories, Civ 7 remembered that I used to be Shawnee, and I got the option to keep true to our people's old ways, which reduced the production output of my industries but gave me a bonus to culture. For Persia, I got a miniature quest chain that rewarded me for sending one of my immortals on his own little hero's journey. And the crises that happen at the age transitions, which can be anything from barbarians at the gates to a super plague that wrecks tiles, are varied and exciting. I'm pretty sure I haven't even seen all of them yet. The reimagining of smaller eras as 3 larger, more distinct ages with their own mechanics and victory conditions feels a bit too broad though, particularly the middle one, exploration. This period stretches from basically the end of the Western Roman Empire to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, and it feels like it's trying to cover way too much to have a coherent identity. And peculiarly, Civ 7 only really covers history up to about 1950. You get planes and tanks, but there are no home computers or helicopters in this tech tree at launch. The final science victory condition is launching the first manned spaceflight, quite a step back from setting up an exoplanet colony. Again, it feels like the conceptual space civilization exists in has been sliced down to the bone for the sake of simplicity, and it leaves us with some awkward edge cases like the Mughal Empire, which was politically irrelevant by about the mid-1700s and completely dead by 1857, being a modern age pick. Even just having 4 ages instead of 3, I think, would have made it much less awkward. Overall, though, I like the idea of changing which historical culture your civ adopts with each age, an idea that Amplitude introduced in Humankind a few years ago, and Firaxis has improved upon by putting semi-realistic restrictions on who you can pick next. I never liked the idea of American tribesmen founding Washington, D.C. in the Stone Age, and Civ switching fixes that while shaking up the gameplay and allowing you to pivot from military to culture to science without ruining your whole run. But it has drawbacks too. Given that Civ 7's otherwise slick-looking animated leaders don't change at all visually through the ages, you end up with some confusing situations, like having Ben Franklin declare war on you and then having to look up what civ he's actually controlling right now. The Normans? Okay. As is tradition, warfare is the most fun way to play. And I love the clever solution of army commanders letting several units ride around on their backs to move around the map, then deploying to actually fight. That's a good compromise between stacks of doom and 1 unit per tile, and having the commanders be the only ones who earn XP cuts down on micromanaging per unit upgrades. The AI still can't present much of a challenge to an experienced player who knows how to exploit the terrain and focus fire priority targets, unless they outnumber you 3 or 4 to 1, but hey, it's Civ. What else is new? Well, for one thing, when you end your turn, all enemy units move at once, and your view will not be taken to the site of a battle when your units are being attacked. So if you're fighting on multiple fronts, or you just happen to be looking somewhere else when you get attacked out of the fog of war, the start of each turn becomes a crime scene investigation to figure out what the heck happened. If the idea here was to make the end turn time faster, the cure is definitely worse than the disease. Back in the plus column, the centering of influence as a base game currency is probably my favorite change from Civ 6 to Civ 7. The highlight is that it can be spent to engage in a tug of war for war support, which penalizes your opponent's happiness and combat ability when you swing it in your favor. It feels way less annoying to get declared on by surprise when the systems recognize that there are diplomatic and tactical consequences for such naked aggression. And I can press a button to make those consequences even worse by denouncing that jerk Isabella. It also effectively forces would-be conquerors to supplement their bloodlust with a good PR team that swings public opinion to your side, even when you're clearly the aggressor, which makes the military path more interesting. If conquest isn't your ambition, there is still another instant victory condition for winning the space race, but otherwise, the overall winner is determined by these legacy paths for military, economic, scientific, and cultural achievements, which have different objectives each age and don't penalize you for changing up your strategy in each one. I found that they do, however, encourage generalization over specialization, and I wasn't crazy about having to dabble in everything to avoid falling behind. Some paths are better designed than others. I'm looking at you, culture. Flatly, it's bad. There's no tourism anymore, so it's mostly just about collecting artifacts by racing for a very limited number of dig sites with your explorers, or vomiting out so many wonders that your starting cities end up looking ridiculous, and the wonders themselves don't feel so singular or special. Then the religion-flavored exploration age culture objectives suck even more. I hope you like missionary spam and endless whack-a-mole conversions that you can't defend against. There's a little bit of strategy to it, like the fact that each settlement can now have a rural and an urban faith that need to be converted separately, but otherwise it's just spending production to churn out as many Bible thumpers as you can. I know we all like to make fun of Civ 6's theological combat, but at least it was something, right? It was gameplay. This is a chore. Sure, this whole one step forward, two steps back thing is par for the course when it comes to comparing a brand new Civ to previous ones with years of patches and DLC to refine them. It's not lost on me that people said the same things I'm saying now about the launch of Civ 5, which is still my all-time favorite in the series. So I have an optimistic outlook on Civ 7 despite all my kvetching. And believe me, there's a lot more minor grievances I could list. This video would be 30 minutes long. I do think a lot of what bugs me about it could be fixed without redesigning the entire thing. They could add better tooltips and menus and game setup options in a patch. And naturally, history teaches us a lot of lacking systems can and probably will be fleshed out in expansions. It's not a great game right now, but I believe it could be with time. At least it comes out of the gate looking slick. One of the only hills, or mountains, I will die on is that I really don't like the way mountains look. They kind of remind me of a big pile of rocks, or like a kid's paper mache volcano project they made for science class.
Can I touch it?
I've worked too long and hard on this for you to screw it up now.
But it's got my name on it.
Just stand over there.
They don't have the appearance of a nice, realistic range of snow-capped peaks like the ones I could see out my window here in Colorado. I'm also not really a fan of the new board-gamey look for undiscovered territory, even though the reveal effect is nice. Give me clouds or an old-timey map over this shiny nonsense any day. But the units and cities look incredible, if sometimes a bit cluttered. City-states got a big glow-up, both visually and mechanically. They all have unique 3D dioramas with culturally specific clothing and props for dozens of miniature civs that didn't make the cut, which is kind of incredible considering how many there are. And each can grant you a unique tile improvement. The way you compete for them, though, has, again, been streamlined. It's just a race to fill up the suzerain bar first, and you can no longer steal them away from another leader once they're committed. Not that it mattered much in single player, since it seemed like the AI was simply not interested in competing for them the vast majority of the time. There's also some meta progression where you can unlock equipable items for specific leaders, or cosmetics like new profile backgrounds for playing the same leader multiple times and completing specific challenges. It's whatever. I'm not annoyed by its existence, but it could completely disappear and I probably wouldn't notice or care. Before we wrap up here, where the heck is Gandhi? How are you going to release a Civilization game without Gandhi? To be fair, the quirky leader choices are neat. I like that we're branching out from exclusively executive level political figures. But come on, that's like Halo without Master Chief or Mario without Mario. The lack of recognizable faves just comes across to me as we're going to sell them to you individually later, even if the intention was simply to vary things up. If that's the case, why are there two different Napoleons? With Civilization 7, the desire to streamline and simplify this legendary 4X series feels like it has gone a bit too far, particularly when it comes to the interface. It's frustratingly incompetent at providing me with the information I need to play well, or even understand what's going on sometimes. Even so, it does have improved warfare and diplomacy, a bit of added narrative flair, as well as mostly gorgeous graphics and sound, so it can still give me reasons to keep clicking one more turn late into the night. There's good reason to believe that with Firaxis' usual pace of patches and expansions, it can refine its new ideas and become everything it ought to be. And while what's here right now is at least still a fun time, it's also a bigger step backward for the series than we're accustomed to when a new age dawns. For more, check out our reviews of Frostpunk 2 and Tactical Breach Wizards. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Wave to get 15% off. That's life360.com, code WAVE. All right, welcome back. We've got to talk about this DeepSeek thing.
Yeah.
Now, here's my relationship with the DeepSeek headlines.
Okay.
I was working on the Project Muhan video.
Okay.
And trying to distill all of my thoughts on this headset that I just tried, and like over a flight back and like writing it and carving out all the footage and color correcting and editing and animating and all that, blah, blah, blah. And when I uploaded it, DeepSeek had already gone through an entire news cycle.
Yeah.
Of it coming out, being the talk of the town, and then suddenly is maybe not so hot.
It's still in the news cycle.
It's definitely still a news cycle.
A lot.
I need you to explain what I missed.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So it turns out we all missed this, actually, because the original big DeepSeek news, well, part of the big DeepSeek news, happened on Christmas Day. So clearly a lot of us were going to miss this.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's my fault for not really digging into the forums on
Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day for the groundbreaking AI reports.
Yeah.
Actually, the only things I've seen is, number one, it was an AI model that costs like a tenth of what OpenAI's models cost, and they're just as good.
Allegedly.
And then I heard that it was just trained on OpenAI stuff, and it's not actually that impressive.
Oh no, they stole our stolen content.
So that's my entire familiarity.
All right. Yeah, high level overview. This is an AI language model similar to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Yes, it's specifically a language model. They also introduced an image model, but the language model is the thing that people are mostly talking about.
Okay.
So on Christmas Day, this company called DeepSeek, that is this Chinese AI company, released this model called DeepSeek V3. V3 is a foundation model, came out on Christmas. No one really talked about it that much because it was Christmas. The thing that is causing a lot of stir in the community is that it performs really well. It performs very similarly to things like GPT-4 and like one of Claude's best models, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But probably the biggest thing that caused the stock market to start tumbling and all of these things to happen is that reportedly it only cost $5.6 million to train.
I think the headline I'm remembering now is that NVIDIA lost like $600 billion of revenue, market cap.
They lost $500 billion of market cap in one day, which is a whole Stargate. So
because of these headlines about DeepSeek.
Yes.
Wow.
So if you sort of extrapolate the fact that this cost $5.6 million, most of these AI companies basically are trying to create these gates. Not gates. They're trying to create these walls on who can compete with them by saying, oh, it costs $100 million to train a foundation model, so only these giant companies like Google and OpenAI and I guess Claude can train their own models to be competitive in Meta. You know, so it's semi-open source. It's like open weights. So they released this really big paper about how they trained it, and the paper basically discloses all of these different methodologies that they use that basically take similar methodologies to what the big companies use, but they take the most efficient approach possible, right? I think a lot of the companies like OpenAI and Meta and Google, their big thing has been, oh, we're just going to throw more compute at it, because for a while, these AI models scaled with the amount of compute that they threw at it.
Yep.
Eventually, they started kind of slowing down, and now they're trying to figure out different ways to make them more effective. Like, for example, OpenAI's O1 model is like this reasoning model that takes multi-steps. It does multi-step reasoning to think through problems, which has a higher level of accuracy for actually solving complex problems. But things like that O1 model are in OpenAI's $200 a month tier. So they have all these insane gates, right, that stop people from actually using them or competing.
And I think I saw them saying something about how the usage of that tier was so high that they were still losing money per user.
Yeah.
Which is crazy how expensive this stuff is
right.
supposed to be.
So some of the efficiency things that DeepSeek did to make this a lot cheaper is they use techniques like this technique called mixture of experts. And what that is basically if you have a giant model, right? Like, for example, this V3 model has 671 billion parameters. You can basically say, okay, well, I'm going to take 37 billion of these parameters and specify it towards things like code, right? Because when you feed a model a ton of data, you've got a ton of coding data, you've got a ton of just natural language data, you've got a ton of data about different topics. Mm-hmm. So it's not actually efficient to do this like next word processing thing if you have to run through the entire model and find the next token. It's more efficient to say, oh, I've got an expert on coding in the model here, so let's only run a parameter of 37 billion instead of 671 billion.
Okay, sure.
And that's both more efficient and more effective.
So it can be cheaper, it can be faster, and it can be just as maybe even more accurate.
Right, and it's also, it could be more accurate. And it can also be much cheaper to inference. So if you're actually the end user using it, it costs less per token because it doesn't have to go through the entire model to find what you're looking for.
Sure.
Okay, so this V3 model was already a big deal because of how cheap it was. But the thing that's causing the bigger stir is just last week, they announced a new model called R1, not of Rabbit R1 fame.
Prove it.
Can't prove it. Cannot prove it.
Okay.
But R1 is a reasoning model similar to OpenAI's O1 model. And it does the same multi-step reasoning that the O1 model does, but it does it out in the open, which is very interesting. So the difference is when you ask O1 a question, it'll say thinking, and then it just kind of gives you the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I do usually.
Whereas the interesting thing about this R1 model is when you ask it a question, say like you give it some complex question like, oh, there are 4 blocks on top of each other. One is green and it's in the middle. One is red and it's here. If I were to move the green block on top, can you tell me the order of the blocks? This is an example from the Computer File YouTube channel that I just ripped off. Now, normally it would get those things wrong because it's like very difficult to, take all that information and understand the physics and all that stuff. But in a reasoning model, it's similar to a human being who writes down the problem, and you have to work it out, right? Because you can't just instantaneously come up with that answer. And so it will step by step tell you, okay, so theoretically, if you were to move that block to the top, then now the blue block is below the red block, which means that blah, 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 blah. And OpenAI used to hide all of that compute. But R1 shows it step by step, which is very interesting for a lot of people because now it shows you how these models are actually working, which is really crazy.
I kind of like that.
Yes.
Because it's not like sourcing it necessarily, but it's kind of interesting to see it and maybe catch a mistake in the process as it happens. That's cool.
Right. Huh. The other thing that is interesting about the way that they trained this is that generally the way that you train a lot of these AI models with complex problems is you would tell it the question, you would tell it all of the steps in between working out the answer, and then you would tell it the answer. And that would be the data that you feed into the model. So you're just feeding like all of these worked out questions into a model, which is a lot more data. And it's also not really learning how to learning in the broader sense of the word, how to actually work out the reasoning for these questions. It's just kind of mapping, here's the question, here's the reasoning, here's the answer. And so it's less likely to get those things correct, takes a lot more data, etc. This time, they're basically just giving it the question and they're giving it the answer. And they're basically saying, you get a cookie if you get it right. And you don't get a cookie if you get it wrong. Okay. And so now they're sort of training the model to, instead of just mapping the question to the workout to the answer, they're actually kind of training it to actually do that reasoning itself. And that is way cheaper to do as well. So, yeah, the thing that is crazy about all of this is because it is so much cheaper, and they did it also on a bunch of NVIDIA H800 GPUs, which are the older, less fast GPUs that they were able to buy before the export ban, because currently, under the Biden administration, you are not NVIDIA cannot sell H100s to China. Okay. Because we want to be in America, they want to be the fastest, most brawniest, whatever. Yeah. So they're saying, oh, we did this on H800 GPUs. We did it on like 10 to 50 times less GPUs. It only took 2 months to train instead of 3 months that it took to train the OpenAI model. And the OpenAI model also had way faster GPUs. So suddenly, an order of magnitude less GPUs, 50x less GPUs you can use. Yeah. NVIDIA's like, maybe people aren't going to buy as many of these anymore.
I see. That's why I relate to NVIDIA. So, okay, so DeepSeek, it sounds like it's a genuinely innovative,
yes,
and useful, much more efficient, much less expensive both to use and to build model. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sounds like this is like the Liat Omega of language models.
People are considering this a Sputnik kind of moment.
Sure.
If by people you mean Mark Andreessen.
Well, no, more than just Mark Andreessen.
In that it's like a new innovation that's not from the U.S.
In that we kind of a lot of U.S. companies have been like, we're the only ones in town, and then out of nowhere, someone releases something that's better in some circumstances, and so it freaks everybody out. Mm-hmm. So
but what happens when you take this efficient model and put it on Google servers that are running like 100,000 NVIDIA GPUs? Like, would it just be that much better?
So there is this paradox that I cannot remember the name of that people bring up a lot in regards to this, where if you can run something more efficiently and cheaper, more people are going to want to use it. So it scales with the efficiency. So it's like, yeah, if you have more servers, you're still going to use those servers. So, it'll be cheaper to run.
I've heard the same thing.
But more people are going to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some paradox around it.
In that you just fill the demand with your savings. Yeah.
Right. The other thing is that theoretically now you could run this on like a 4090 or something. You don't need these supercomputers anymore to be able to run these models. And so if you're like a university and you've got a small cluster, but it's not like an OpenAI sized cluster, you could run a local version of this that's tailored to specific tasks locally on your servers, and then you don't have to pay OpenAI anymore, right?
Yeah.
So this is the other thing. Because the weights are open and people are trying to re-engineer it, and it's free to use and it's free the research paper is out there, it's kind of open sourcing this thing that these few companies have kept closed for a long time because they want to maintain this like monopolistic kind of leadership stance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the first half of the news cycle. I can see the reason for the hype and like all of the
stock
movement in stock prices and all the headlines and everything that. But then there was like another half of it where it sort of cooled off, or at least started getting broken down and exposed more for what is actually happening. Is that also?
Yeah, I mean, people are finding technicalities. Like, so they said that the last run that actually trained the model is the thing that cost $5.6 billion. Billion dollars. Million. Yeah, million. $5.6 million.
Big difference. Instead of from zero.
Yeah, instead of from scratch. Like all the R&D hours, all the other compute, all the data collection. Obviously, that costs a lot more money. So it's kind of like the same thing as your bill of materials thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what did this actually cost full on? They haven't released that, so it's a little bit different.
Has anyone asked Carl Pei?
Break it down.
Yeah. Other thing that I think is very funny is they're basically saying that they are there's this other thing that you can do when you're training models called distillation, where you basically take your model and you take outputs from a good model and you use that as training data for a new model. And a lot of people are thinking right now that they used outputs from like GPT-4o as data to train this model because you can create a much smaller model with better data. And if the good data is in the outputs from another AI model, then you can do that. And so a lot of people are freaking out.
But also a lot of data.
Exactly.
Nice.
So a lot of people are freaking out because they're like, oh my God, they might have stolen OpenAI's outputs. But it's like, boo-hoo.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense, because at first when you were saying that, I was like, okay, so we're just making another GPT-4. It's like, what's the point? But it is still cheaper and more efficient to run and all those benefits. So even if it's giving you the same outputs as GPT-4, it could have advantages. So I guess I get it.
Way cheaper to run, way cheaper to train. You could train like a local version. You could use your own local version.
Yeah.
Chain of thought reasoning is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a lot of things that I think a lot of people were not expecting. And then it also made it seem like, okay, maybe we don't actually need these supercomputer clusters the size of Manhattan to be able to run these things. Also, the entire nuclear industry kind of crashed on this too. Because people were investing in a lot of nuclear companies because they were thinking, we're going to scale up AI clusters so much, we're going to need nuclear power to run this. And now they're like, actually, you need 50 times less GPUs than you thought.
That's really funny.
And so now the nuclear industry is like, uh-oh.
That's really funny. I mean, I am not the expert on this, but in a like far enough future that I'm envisioning of like people using AI all the time, you have to be able to do it more efficiently. Like efficiency has to be one of the focuses. We can't just keep scaling up to just bajillions of GPUs everywhere. And
sure
just
we can.
Blasting through. I mean, that's what we've been doing.
That's what NVIDIA wants.
That's what we have been doing. And if you follow the graph of NVIDIA's stock price, you can see how we've done that. Exactly. But it seems like, efficiency also has to eventually be a focus in some of these. So I'm glad that it's at least started to highlight that.
I think in most industries and markets, when more people have access to innovating on a thing, you get so much innovation that the efficiency and the value proposition just go up like exponentially. But this market is so closed. Like you only have OpenAI, Google, not even really Apple, Claude and Meta. That's sort of it. There's a bunch of small AI companies that have spun up, but they're all basically using OpenAI as their like foundation. So yeah, I think this just kind of shows that open source is going to cause a lot of commotion.
Fun.
Yeah, pretty big deal.
I'm here for it.
Pretty big deal. Also, apparently, if you use there is now there's a DeepSeek app that you can have that is now the #1 app on the App Store.
Sick. That was fast.
It will apparently not talk about Tiananmen Square.
Because it's still a Chinese app.
Yeah.
So is it going to get banned? There's so many things that are unanswered about this.
Yeah. I would not doubt it if that got banned. So, yeah. If you run it locally, it will tell you whatever you want. If you run it through the app, which is kind of going through the Chinese filtration systems, it will not tell you whatever you want.
I just went to go sign up, and it says, due to large-scale malicious attacks on our servers, registration may be busy. Please wait and try again.
Yeah, they were basically saying they got DDoSed.
Yeah, everybody's probably... They have a kind of a magnifying glass on them right now, so that doesn't really shock me, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Things are happening.
So that was a big deal. NVIDIA stock price has since kind of gone a little bit back up. There have been many think pieces about, well, it costs $5.3 million to train, but what about all the other money? And what about this? And, oh, if they're using distillation of OpenAI data, then the actual true cost is blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, I feel like that's a lot of hand-waving, personally. I don't know. I think it just shows that if you make something open, way more innovation can happen. And also, we're not the only ones in the AI race.
All right.
Pebble. Do you know this name?
Pebble.
The word Pebble?
Bro,
and it's
Pebble?
not the social media network.
Pebble brings me back because Pebble's the first smartwatch I ever had, technically.
Oh, wow.
It was before the Moto 360. I had like a red Pebble. I definitely did a video on the thing too. A red Pebble with a black band. And all it was an e-ink display on my wrist with notifications.
Yeah.
I didn't really want it to do too much else. It was just so I could have less screen time. I could just check my wrist and be like, oh, I can see what time it is, and then I just got a text, and I'm not even going to read it, and there it is.
Yeah.
That's my Pebble experience.
Yeah. So Pebble was one of the most successful Kickstarters of all time.
At the time, it was the most.
At the time, I think it was the most. Yeah.
But they eventually went out of business, right?
Yeah. Okay. So they raised a ton of money. They raised $10 million at their first launch when they expected to raise $100,000. They became really popular with nerds. They released a bunch of new Pebbles throughout the years. They lasted about 4 years. And then eventually Fitbit bought Pebble.
Fitbit bought Pebble.
Fitbit bought Pebble.
Okay.
And they shut down the development of the Pebble 2 and the Pebble Time 2, and then they refunded everybody. It was a whole thing. And then, if you remember, Google bought Fitbit.
Oh, right.
So there's just been a bunch of like distillation of the IP of Pebble, and not a lot of people have used e-paper displays since Pebble. So that's something we didn't mention. It is a smartwatch, but it is an e-paper display smartwatch. Part of the kind of sell of Pebble is that it lasted 7 days. It did very basic stuff. It was very nerdy. It was a very open ecosystem you could develop for it. It was this awesome community. You
could see it in sunlight.
You could see it in sunlight.
Tiny 3-pin charger. It was pretty solid. I remember that now, the battery life being so long.
Yeah. Now, something you might not know is the founder of Pebble is Eric Michikowski, which is the same guy that made Beeper that we talked about a number of months ago. Beeper was that app that basically hooked into iMessage and kind of temporarily disrupted Apple until they shut it down. And I was completely wrong about whether or not that would last. But here we are. So Eric has been apparently rallying Google for a while now to open source Pebble because they have not been doing anything with it.
Yeah, it seems like Google forgot. I bet Google bought Fitbit and forgot that they had Pebble stuff in there.
Yeah, I think they also forgot they bought Fitbit, but
Yeah.
Well, so yeah, he basically was able to rally Google to open source all of the Pebble stuff, and because of this, he's bringing Pebble back.
And e-ink / e-paper has gotten a lot better since 2012, 2014. So bringing Pebble back could be kind of neat. Like, I don't know. I'm still picturing the same general premise, which is a smart watch type device on my wrist with an e-ink display, a week plus battery life, and like a decently fast enough refresh that I can get notifications, I can swipe them away, maybe I can, control media on my wrist or something like that, like basic stuff like that. I think that would still be pretty cool.
Yeah. I think that smartwatches generally are very overpowered for what a lot of people use them for anyway.
Yeah.
And just like on a lot of smartphones, people would trade battery life for functionality a lot of the time. So Eric is basically starting a new company that is going to use the Pebble OS, but he cannot call the company Pebble because Google still owns the trademark.
Of course.
So he basically put out this website with a sign-up form where you can sign up to get updates on when new Pebble stuff is coming out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they won't call it Pebble, but they'll probably have, I'm predicting now, some really punny rip-off name from Pebble that reminds everyone that Pebble existed.
Yeah, I believe the website is called Repebble. So
there you go.
Okay. I got on a call with Eric a couple of days ago to talk about this, just to kind of do some Q&A. You will be able to build on top of the new hardware software because Pebble's going to be open sourced, and everything that the new company builds on top of the software, they're putting back into the open source project.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Which means you can build your own hardware basically and like flash into it.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah. So this is kind of like an open source device. They are going to build new hardware, so I would love to see what that looks like in 2025 because, like you said, the technology's gotten much better.
I want a Pebble in the shape of a Moto 360.
Yeah, without the flat tire.
Without the flat tire.
Well, they had the
Galaxy
Pebble round. They had the Pebble round, and it was basically in the shape of a Moto 360. Yeah.
Bigger, please. Bigger screen.
Bigger screen.
Bigger screen.
Okay. Other cool thing, because it is open source, it can run on basically anything that has a microcontroller. So if you want to flash your Pebble OS to your fridge, you could probably do that.
Whoa.
Someone will probably do that.
Someone's gonna
run Doom on their fridge on Pebble OS, for sure. They are planning on sticking to the core feature set of the original Pebble. Eric says that not everyone wants all of the features that you're getting from the Apple Watch and all of stuff like that, so that's exciting. He put out this blog that was about the things that he learned from having Pebble fail in the first place. And someone is working on a port right now so that you can develop on top of it. So it's pretty exciting.
The more you talk about this, the more I'm picturing like a pretty simple, clean smartwatch. Like simple watch face, step tracker, sure.
Yeah.
Maybe heart rate. I don't want too much more than that. Like keep it easy, keep it simple, keep it like a week plus battery life. I think a lot of people would be into that. And it would probably be cheaper. Yeah. You don't have this huge expensive LED display.
Yeah.
It has to get super bright. Okay, I'm in.
Yeah, Eric had told me he was going to CES to talk to vendors, and I was like, what for?
The vendors?
Now I know why. Yeah, exactly.
I'm very curious to see what it ends up looking like for people to build on this thing because the GitHub right now is like all written in C, which is very, to me, difficult to understand.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's going to be like an easier way to write for this platform.
Yeah.
Like, remember the Playdate?
Yeah.
That thing is like, the platform to develop for it was a custom software that they released.
Right.
That is super easy to
like
use.
a game builder.
Yeah.
Right?
So I wonder if there's going to be something like that.
That'd be nice. Right now, he only has 4 part-time employees working on this. So
That's all you need.
yeah. I mean,
it's Google has on it too.
Yeah. And they forgot that those people were still working for them. Yeah, so I'm very interested to see if the community that loved Pebble in the first place like builds this back up, if we get some normies on this thing. I think a lot of people are starting to feel a little bit overwhelmed with how much their technology is tracking them and the overkill of everything right now. You know, we've innovated past the amount that we need.
So. I think the reason that Pebble initially took off and had like one of the most successful Kickstarters ever is gonna be even more true. Yeah. I think people will still like this.
What was the reason?
Well, it was a way to use your phone a little less. Like you would get the notification on your wrist, so you didn't have to take your phone out your pocket. And then the notification would say like it's a text from someone or it's an email or whatever it is, and then you can just put it down. And then it would just go back to showing the time. And if it's simple, beautiful, shows you the time, and you're not like poking around and doing all the gestures and checking your heart rate and all that stuff. If you just want a simple smartwatch, I think it doesn't have to be $700 smartwatch.
Yeah.
It could be a $149 smartwatch. It could do all the things you want.
The animations were also very nice.
Yeah.
Also, this came out when the iPhone 4S was the newest iPhone. So, throwback.
That nostalgia too?
Yeah, I think so. It's the square one. Before they got round and then eventually got square again.
I think the 5S was the first one I ever reviewed. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
5S. Wow. That's, to me, that's nostalgia.
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway.
About all for that.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Well, we should take another quick break. We got some something or nothing coming up. But before that, trivia.
I know, yeah. Slacking. So at CES 2018, Lenovo launched a standalone headset running on Google Daydream's platform. Do you remember what it was called?
What the Lenovo headset was called?
No.
Q87986X.
Close. You have to put a ThinkPad in front of that.
The ThinkPad face. The ThinkPad Elite Facebook.
Facebook?
Hmm? Damn, I have no idea. I'll be totally guessing at that one.
Yeah.
Answers at the end, though. We'll be right back. Support for Waveform comes from Hostinger. So making your presence felt on the internet can be a challenge. Sure, you can try to make all the viral TikTok videos you want, but if you want to have a place where people can interact with you and be able to check out your product directly, you need a home base. And not just one of those cookie cutter ones that we've all used. This is your brand, it's your aesthetic, and your footprint on the internet. So that's why you might want to check out what you can make with Hostinger. So whether you're looking to create a website or an online store, you can do it using Hostinger AI Website Builder. Just describe your site, name it, and get a personalized site in seconds. And we're not just talking about the design, you'll also have the ability to generate content that matches your style and tone and tailor it to the length and topic that you choose. And you'll also be able to launch your business with a free domain and professional email included with your plan for the price of a cup of coffee. Plus, Hostinger provides intuitive tools that anyone can use and 24/7 support if you get stuck. So take your big idea online today with Hostinger. Head to hostinger.com/waveform and start your website today. Use code WAVEFORM for an extra 10% off.
Welcome back. So now we are going to do a game that we call Something or Nothing.
Let's play a game.
Let's play a game. So the rules are simple. I'm going to read a headline, and you guys have to tell me, is this something that we should care about, or is this nothing at all? And
I got you.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. All right, first up. iPhone SE4 leak shows single camera and no dynamic island. Is this something or is it nothing?
Nothing.
I'm going with nothing. It's like the one thing that's interesting about it is it usually the SE is in the body of an old iPhone that's already happened.
Yeah.
Which is why they can make it so cheap. It's because of the part that they make already.
I agree.
This one, slightly air quotes new design, which is like, oh, they're making like a new part for this thing. Yeah. Other than that, single camera does not surprise me. No dynamic range, no dynamic island does not surprise me.
Yeah.
So I'm going nothing.
Yeah, they're keeping the dynamic island for the nicer phones. The SE is the phone I always buy my mom every 7 years, so I don't think she's going to worry about the dynamic island.
You guys don't think it looks beautiful?
The dynamic island?
No.
This is
It's like
I like how it looks.
Yeah, there's a
like a
leaked
Nexus 5 almost.
I feel like this is going to be Ellis's next phone.
Oh, because it's small?
Because it's small.
It's not even that small.
Yeah, I was
is
gonna
it?
say.
Oh, you're right.
Isn't it like a 6-inch screen?
It kind of looks like an XR.
You mean 10R? What? Tenor?
Tenor?
The tenor.
What they call it in the UK. Yeah, I'm sticking with nothing on this one.
All right.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing, so we shouldn't care about it.
Rumored to be an OLED. That could be cool. But still probably not
Still
that
nothing?
crazy. Still nothing.
All right. Next up, OpenAI launches GPT-4 Government Edition.
Less than nothing.
Is this just going to be a repackaged GPT that's more expensive for the government?
Yeah.
Cool.
I think it's also like specifically tuned to government agencies. I think it's just ways for OpenAI to milk the government.
Yeah.
So
the top comment on the Verge article is, "Why not DeepSeek? It's open source." And the top reply is, "Yeah, it's gonna be banned."
Yeah, it'll probably be banned within a week. What's the over/under that DeepSeek is banned in a week?
No way.
It can't get. It doesn't have the clout yet for like that guy in the Oval Office to do anything about it.
It took like $1 trillion off the stock.
That's actually very fair.
Yeah,
totally fair.
I do think that. Yeah, I think they need Congress to be able to actually ban it, but I feel like they're gonna ban it.
Wait,
but will
so
they get
what's the
Lemonade
over-under?
first?
Will they get?
Which will be banned first, Lemonade
100% DeepSeek.
or DeepSeek?
No,
DeepSeek.
Nobody remembers Lemonade.
I got 20,000 people over there on Lemonade. That's actually true.
I got 1,700 on PixelFed. You know what? I looked. I have the 18th most popular photo ever on PixelFed.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is it a good photo? What is it of?
I would say so. It's of Glacier National Park.
Okay.
You couldn't even break top 10. Oh, so disappointed.
Wow. Ever, Adam. I made my account 2 weeks ago.
No, that's a flex. That's a flex.
Yeah, let me flex.
I respect that. Anyway, GPT-4 Government Edition, I'm going nothing.
Nothing?
I'm going
Nothing. All right.
Yeah.
Next up, Threads is officially getting ads.
Something.
It's everything.
Everything.
This is everything. I
Explain.
called it. Didn't I tell you guys? Like, obviously, Threads had their, like, moment of exploding onto the scene. 100 million users in 5 days, whatever it was. Like, everyone's... Like, the headlines are all like, this is going to overtake Twitter. This is the thing. We finally have a competitor. And it's Meta, so Meta's sneakily in the background like, yes. Yes, come to Threads.
Meta's an ads business.
But eventually, yeah, it's Meta. Like, we knew that they were eventually going to do ads, so we knew they were building in the background, waiting to find a good time to turn it on. They're going to turn it on, and it's going to be another meta property with ads and what else is new?
Yeah.
But I'm saying it's everything.
It is everything.
Because this is what they do.
Yeah. And now they've acquired a lot of users.
And then people will migrate to Blue Sky, right? That's the next move.
Come on, baby.
Because Blue Sky, now think about Blue Sky.
30 million yesterday. Just saying.
They passed 30 million users. Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Will Blue Sky get ads?
I have no idea.
100%.
Because they are run by a company. Obviously, they're run on that open protocol, but they're still run by a company.
Correct.
Servers cost money.
Yeah, these things cost money. These employees cost money. So does Blue Sky have to do ads?
You know, Blue Sky doesn't even use AWS. They run their own servers.
It's expensive.
It's actually cheaper than AWS, which is
with their
surprising.
current volume.
Because AWS is expensive.
I guess it scales up with volume. So if you're 30 million users are active on this thing, it costs a lot.
And they charge you for convenience.
But you still have to buy those servers. And run it. It still costs money.
It costs money, but it is technically cheaper. But yeah, I have been talking to the Blue Sky crew a lot recently, and they said they are thinking about the right time to move the AT protocol into the Internet Engineering Task Force, which if you watched our, special episode.
We all just glazed over.
Come on! Secret history of the internet. The IETF, they're the same guys that do email.
Shout out to them. They have one of the nerdiest sounding names of all time, but I appreciate that.
Daddy Vint.
Yeah.
Daddy Internet. I was emailing with Vint this weekend. It was
Flex.
crazy. It was crazy. I was like,
name
I
drop.
can't access it. Yeah, Vint.
You mean Big V?
Internet Zaddy.
Our father.
Anyway, yeah. So Blue Sky Public PLC wants to eventually move the AT protocol into a standards body because they want to instill that trust. Because currently Blue Sky PLC is the same company that runs Blue Sky the platform, and the whole idea is that they are not the only one on the platform on the protocol. So
you're saying
next
something.
one,
Something.
Everything.
It is something for sure.
It is something in the way meta moves.
Do you think this will matter?
What, ads?
Yeah.
When ads hit, there will be another moment, another reckoning for everyone on Threads who has been preaching the word of Threads. And they'll have to decide if they're cool with it or not.
Yeah, but most people haven't been preaching the word of Threads. They've just been on Instagram, and then they're like, what's this? Click the button, and now you have a Threads account.
Adam, you're going to start me ranting again.
Well, there's that
Can't
movement.
stop.
There's also the I'm leaving Twitter movement.
Yeah.
And then when it gets ads, they'll have to be like, I'm cool with that. That's not what I hated about Twitter. And
That's exactly my point. Everyone is used to ads already. So
yeah, exactly. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe this was going to happen the whole time, and it's like it's just going to be background
It's
noise.
everything for Meta because it'll probably boost their revenue by like a lot.
Will it? Yeah. They have WhatsApp and Instagram with 2 billion users.
Yeah, but a cool 100, 200 million more isn't that bad.
Yeah, I could use another $20, I guess.
Yeah.
All you need to do, Blue Sky, if you want to make all that money back, make very highly customizable
ads,
highly customizable profiles where you can have like a pink background and a song that auto plays when you go to my profile.
Nice, I love it. Next on the list is OpenAI's new Operator AI agent can do things on the web for you.
So did you read these articles about this?
No,
I did not.
Okay.
I have an understanding of what it sounds like it's doing based on the headline, but
yeah,
maybe is there something deeper?
Well, okay, so Operator is this new feature that they have with the expensive model that they have, and basically
The $200 one?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Basically, it's in research preview mode right now. The idea is that you can say like, I want to go on a vacation. Can you book it for me? And it'll go to like TripAdvisor, and then it'll.
I still think this would be a banger video. We should do that.
Having AI like book a full trip
AI
for you.
book a trip to like Boston or somewhere nearby and follow the itinerary.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So they have like, it's very weird. They have specific partnerships right now where it'll use specific websites and services for all of these things that it wants to do for you, which feels very Rabbit R1-y to me, if I do say so myself.
What do they call those? Agents?
Agents, yeah.
Agents. Oh, it's the same thing.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
basically an agent that goes and does things for you, but you can see it like clicking around. It was funny. I believe Casey Newton did this, and it booked it for like the completely wrong date.
Nice.
Something like that. And everyone that has been using it, that has been talking about it on Reddit, says that it's really bad. Like it barely works.
So is this something or nothing?
If it works, it's something. But if it doesn't work, or if it works as well as rabbits,
which is not at all.
Which, I mean, okay, it's OpenAI, so maybe I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. But like, I don't.
Do you?
I don't know.
I don't
also
know,
like.
it's in research
I
preview.
am heavy, me personally, in the camp of I want to overthink each individual detail of the things that I'm doing. So instead of asking an AI agent to buy something online for me, I want to just double check it's going to the right address and that I will have the
So
right
many
shipping
things.
speed and all that stuff. And if I'm booking a trip, that's even more.
Yeah, no way.
So I tend to think it's already easy enough to do most of these things online.
The capabilities and the trust level have to like merge, and both of those things, like the capabilities are moving at like 1 mile an hour right now, and the trust levels are like going the other direction.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think currently it's kind of nothing, and I also don't really think that this is the way that we're going to be using AI agents in the future. So, like Marquez said, like I think people just want to make their own decisions.
I can just book a flight. Let me look at the flights too. Like instead of me going, hey, book a flight to Boston for me for this weekend, I want to look at all the flights, pick a time. Yeah. The one at noon is actually cheaper than the one at 3 p.m. So let me do that one instead. And
Like-
now I'm going to plan something to do when I land at this time because it's earlier. Like I want to do that.
Yeah, if you can do things like check the available flights and give me options quicker than I could do it myself, then that's cool.
Yeah. You know, there's probably CEOs and stuff that are like looking at the $200 a month price and they're like, yeah, like book me a flight, just do it. I don't care which one. And then they'll just do it. And they don't think about it.
And then I'll get to the airport and they're like, sir, you're
Your
going
flight's
to
not till
Paraguay and it's in 3 months.
I need your passport. Yeah. It'll hallucinate. Yeah, I'll see. I'm going with nothing for now.
I'm going with nothing for now.
Interesting. Okay. Next on the list, iOS 18.3 officially launches, which makes notification summaries italic. If this ain't something, I don't know what
That's
is.
not the official headline. That's what I wrote. Basically, Apple was getting a lot of flack because the notification summaries were saying crazy stuff and it just lying a lot of the time because it was incorrect about a lot of things and trying to, especially because it was trying to group multiple things into one sentence, like multiple different events into one sentence.
Or topics.
And now, when it has a notification summary, it is italic to signify to the user that it's in beta or whatever.
Something.
Really?
I also think it's something.
Shows that Apple's listening to something.
They just made it italic.
True.
Do you think, okay, this is my question. I have not talked to like a normie and been like, hey, your notification summaries, is it more obvious that it's an AI guess now because it's italic? Because I actually hate how it looks now. The italic look is not a good look.
It's like so it has to just look different from a regular notification. That's the point of being italic, right?
Correct.
So, okay, Apple understands that people have seen these AI summaries and don't like them, and if we make them look visually distinct from a normal text, then or a normal notification, then that's better than not.
Yeah.
So that's that.
That is something.
That's something. That's a thing.
I feel like it's something because this is a red flag for just Apple intelligence in general.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Summarizations are supposed to be the easiest thing that AIs can do.
Right.
Like, hey, take this thing and summarize it.
Yeah. True.
And this isn't even the full Apple intelligence yet. Like, it's still rolling out.
Still need that Siri update. Yeah.
So if they're having problems with this, how do I trust them to be able to actually do a thing in 3 months?
I really want them to do that reach into apps thing. That's supposed to be March. So
yeah, I don't even know if there's problems with this. This is just not a useful app, not a useful place to deploy summaries. Like when I get a notification of like one single email, I don't need you to summarize the email. I'll just look at the subject line. Like that's already good enough.
Yeah.
When I get
subject
3 texts,
is a summary.
Yeah, when I get 3
basically.
texts in a chat with someone, I don't know. It's 3 texts. Like maybe a summary is useful, but all I really need to know is I have 3 texts from this person. Context in my brain is like, oh, I remember what I was talking about with them. That's the summary.
I think there's some value to like the urgency of the text. You know what I mean? Like if it says like urgent request needed, then I'm more likely to stop what I'm doing and go deal with the text than I am if it's just like this person texted you 3 times and I'm like, I'll deal with it later. You know?
Notifications are inherently useful though. Like, yeah, we get a lot of them and they're annoying, but they're there for a reason.
Yeah.
So I feel like adding this layer of friction in front of the notification to like summarize it that may or may not be accurate is not really what people want. Like
they
if I
are
was
funny
able
though.
to go into the they are
Sometimes they
hilarious.
are.
If I could just go and open the app or like swipe down in Control Center or something and then choose a summary notification, then sure.
Yeah.
But to offer it like right off the bat by default, it's like just another step.
Apple only really added AI to appease the shareholders anyway.
Bar.
This is nothing. This is just more of the nothing.
Yeah, more of nothing.
Apple Intelligence is
nothing.
Yeah,
you know what happened? I tried to use Apple Intelligence on my Mac when it launched on Mac, and I used it on an Apple Note that was a whole script of a video I had written, and it summarized it, and then I hit Command Z because I was like, oh, and I was just testing the summarization feature, and then it crashed. And then when I reopened it, I could no longer Command Z it.
No.
So I lost the entire script.
Damn.
So that was fun.
Damn.
Don't test in production, my friend.
Oh my
It's a
God.
bad thing. So I should have copied that note, but that's on me. Anyway.
Is that on you?
Yeah, no, it's
No, it's not on you.
I'm gonna blame it on Apple.
That's on them.
AI is bad.
Okay.
Apple Intelligence is bad.
Next up, David did not win a ticket to the Switch 2 showcase in April, and neither did Adam.
Everything.
Yeah.
This is everything.
This is everything. I agree.
Switch is so hype.
Yep.
Switch is so hype.
So hype.
Dude.
You had
Nintendo
to
Switch 2.
win a ticket to look at it? Is that what's happening?
Right, correct.
And you applied
Yep.
for a chance
3 chances.
to look at the thing that you might give them money for later.
No, I will give the money for it.
This is crazy.
Let's get that
This
clear.
hype is out of control.
Dude, it is out
Okay,
of
so
control.
now that you're not able to look at it, you're still going to buy it anyway.
Yeah, probably.
So you just wanted to look at it just to look at it.
Yeah. So they basically
fair.
they were gonna have 3 different showcase events where you could like play with it early, but they had to ticket it and they had to have a raffle. And so they had multiple sessions for New York, Austin, and Los Angeles.
Wait, is this paid?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's a free event.
So this is just a hype cycle. This isn't Nintendo making more money. This is them just driving more hype.
Yeah.
People will show up with a phone and make a 30-second video of it on their phone and put it on YouTube and Shorts and TikTok and be like, look at the Switch, and it'll be like, oh my God, I want the Switch, and that'll be it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop taking my content strategy.
No, that's smart. That's smart. Nintendo's smart.
Everything. Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch 2.
And the last one. Boom's XB1 supersonic passenger jet goes Mach 1.1.
I put this in here.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you think it's something. I think it's nothing. But go on.
Boy, this is something.
The
Tell me
return
about
of the, what was it called?
The Concorde.
The Concorde.
If you have time for a tiny story time, I can tell you the story.
Heyo.
We have nothing but time.
Okay, so passenger jets.
And that's it. Thanks for watching.
No, the Concorde was like that super fast supersonic plane that did like cross-country and transatlantic flights in like no time because it was super fast. It was twice as almost.
I think it was
don't know how
twice as
it was.
fast.
It was much faster than it was. So it was basically twice as fast as a normal passenger jet, much faster than the speed of sound. The speed of sound is like this benchmark of, well, obviously supersonic travel, but it's a benchmark for speed for planes. It's perfect. It's like 800 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
So the Concorde that crashed, sort of retired that plane, and we went back to not supersonic travel. But the thing that really hit me about this is, and I remember we probably talked about this months ago, but what did you used to do on a plane before the Concorde when you had a 6-hour cross-country or transcontinental flight? Nothing. You just sat there. There was no internet. There was no TV. There was nothing to do. You just sat there. And so you were highly incentivized to get the faster flight so you could save more time, get to your destination, and then start doing things again. Now, if you have a 6, 7, 8-hour flight, you're on the internet, you're on your phone, you can do email, you can watch a movie, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. So people kind of stopped caring about getting there twice as fast, and they have slowly, gradually ramped up this like prototype of, okay, we can go faster and faster. Then they got to like just under Mach speed, and they just did a test run where they went Mach 1.1, so over the speed of sound. Their eventual goal is something like Mach 1.7. They want to be able to go twice as fast as passenger jets. Basically, you can go anywhere in the world from anywhere in the world, up to 5,000 miles in like 4 hours. Now, it's going to be more expensive. Yeah. It's the first one. It's going to be pricey. I think United bought like 15 of these things, and they're going to slowly start
new ones?
making them. Yeah. Yeah, they got to make them, though. This is still in like the testing phase of like they're validating we can go Mach 1.1. We still got to go faster and make sure it's safe. But we have purchase orders, and when we start making these bajillion-dollar jets, people will be able to buy a ticket and go from New York to London in 3.5 hours. It's sick.
Okay, but one thing. We record right next to an airport.
Yeah.
When you go faster than the speed of sound.
Boom. Big time noises.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
not ideal.
One of the downsides. Okay, but there are certain slots of airspace that are approved for supersonic travel. So over the ocean, for example, or on the corridor for going from New York to London, or certain paths where you used to be able to go supersonic. They did this testing in one of those corridors. So there are places where it is acceptable to go supersonic.
Okay.
And so I think the idea of being able to get anywhere in no time, and probably also still be scrolling your phone on the way, I think is pretty sick.
I would love to get to the West Coast in 2 hours.
Think about that.
That'd be crazy.
Think about that. The flight to California is typically 5.5 hours for us. What if it was 2?
In 20 years.
Well, when they finish making the jets and they start shipping them and the tickets come down in price because they've got a bunch of jets out.
So that's what's wrong with them, and then
yeah.
I'm not getting on that first flight, is what I'm saying.
No, no. Nobody's on the first flight. I don't want to be. None of you are allowed to be on the first flight. But the idea is it will be something in 10, 20 years when we are back to these super sick. Like the jets we fly on now are so old.
Yeah.
They're not even necessarily old. They're just the same technology as forever ago, and we don't really. We're more concerned with we're cramped back there. The legroom's not that great. The internet's not that great. The TV is not that great.
Yeah.
We would like to do some upgrading. So I think it's something. I'm excited.
I'm gonna give it
make trains.
Because it would take a whale.
I have to channel
a train to California.
Channel my inner Ellis here and say bullet trains exist.
These are different.
Bullet trains exist to certain land-to-land destinations.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Not in the U.S.
But not to London.
Not yet.
Last trade to
Not with that
London.
attitude.
A big tunnel. Big tunnel.
An undersea tunnel to
really
Paris.
big tunnel.
And you can put your Tesla on a little track.
Yes.
And then it'll go. It'll.
There can be. All I'm saying is there can be tiers of travel where there will still be regular flights like this, but there will also be. This will be an expensive ticket, and this will be okay, you splurge, you take the bullet train instead of the regular train, and you get there in half the time. And it's just an available option.
I have a proposition for you.
Mm-hmm.
We put all the rich people on the Concorde.
They come to you and they say, "Hey, you can be the first person on this flight and get exclusive video rights."
No. I don't want to be first.
Nothing.
No.
I don't want to be first. So they're doing these test flights. It's like a Navy pilot, and they're going in this specific corridor and slowly ramping up in speed. That's all great. Don't put me on those. Then they're gonna get to Mach 1.7, and they're gonna be okay, we can do this at this speed and it's safe. Now we can. It's almost like car testing. When you see the top speed runs from the Hennessy Venom F5 or some random car that's you have to do the top speed run in both directions with all the safety equipment and the professional driver. Once you get past that stage, then you can ship them to regular people and regular drivers. And so you can put real passengers on it and not worry too much. By the way, I'm just Tangent City.
That's fine.
These Boeings can go faster. Just like our cars can go faster.
Yeah, but
they're just they operate at a certain speed in certain jet ways because it's most efficient for fuel.
Yeah.
And sometimes
so
I'll get on a plane.
This thing is just gonna say screw it and just book it.
No, it's gonna be able to go even faster. But it's gonna go at Mach 1.7 because that's what's safe.
Mach 4, let's go.
Sometimes I'll get on a flight and we'll be 30 minutes late from the gate, and the pilot will go, "We're gonna try to make up some extra time in the air."
And you're yeah, what do you mean?
Really? And then I'll feel like we're going faster, and you're yeah, we caught a jet stream with some downwind, and we're actually gonna get you 15 minutes early. And I'm you could have done that the whole time. So I'm why don't they do it the whole time? Because it's going faster in any vehicle takes more fuel, so they have to be more efficient. So this is a plane that's going to be capable of going Mach 2 or something, and it's going to go Mach 1.7, and it's going to be great.
Well, I for one am excited to be one of the first to get on one of the supersonic jets from Boom Technologies.
Boom XB1. Coming to an airport near you.
Hard pass.
We'll see.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Is that it?
Yep.
That is it. That means that we should figure out those trivia questions.
Figure out. I think you mean.
Where are you going with this?
Tell Adam the answers I already know.
I feel like I have one of them.
I don't know.
Question 1. David Kaz and Damien Henry were 2 French Google engineers. With their 20% innovation time off project, they made something that was introduced at Google I/O 2014 Developers Conference. In fact, all attendees walked away with one of these things. What was it?
All attendees?
Well, I wasn't there, so I can't confirm that all of them walked out with it, but, you know.
Did they give you freaking Nexus devices at I/O?
Yeah, now you get like a water bottle and a t-shirt.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Although, pretty great water bottle.
$2.5 trillion company, and they give me a water bottle?
And the same one as last week.
Flip him and read. What do we got?
I wrote Google Cardboard, but I added a diagram to the bottom.
I also added Google Cardboard and added a diagram to the bottom.
So we should go by whose diagram is better. Well, first of all, are we right?
I was going to say, you are both.
Okay, good.
Right.
I have 3 dimensions to my diagram. So.
Oh, Marquez wins because it is
come on.
VR 3D. You need 3 dimensions.
Hold on. Here.
Although cardboard is 2D.
3D now, sucker.
It was literally just a cardboard box you put your phone in, but you have to fold it yourself.
That was what was sick about it.
Yeah, it was great.
It was pretty good.
And it wasn't. I think like it was a Verizon promo or something. Like somebody did it where the packaging of the box that your new like Nexus device came in was cardboard.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh yeah, that's right.
That was awesome.
All right, next question. Going along the same theme. At CES 2018, Lenovo launched a standalone headset running on Google Daydream's platform. What was it called? I don't know if you can tell, but I have complete faith that Android XR is going to be a thing. That's why I keep bringing these review questions. I'll give you a hint. It was the Lenovo Mirage what? Mirage what? There's another word there.
Mirage face headset.
Flip him and read. What do we got?
The Lenovo Mirage Boom. Dang it.
But Air. Mirage Air.
Marquez just wants to fly in that airplane. That's
I can
what I'm
tell.
hearing. The correct answer was the Lenovo Mirage Solo.
Cool.
Wow, that's depressing.
Yeah, it's a little sad.
Yep.
Because you're the only one who can see the thing.
You want to be more lonely?
They were the only ones
Fire
that were
thing.
realistic about it.
That's true.
Solo. Yeah, this is the Solo. So you know what you're getting into.
This is like the Asus Republic of Gamers. You have a lot of friends now.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Yeah.
Republic.
Democratic Republic of Gamers.
Well, I'm glad I got a point out of that.
Me too.
Yeah, that was fun. Hey, let us know in the comments. Would you get on a flight that goes faster than the speed of sound?
And it's the company was called Boom.
If they offered you a flight, if you're on the first one, it's free.
No.
It's free. You're on the first plane and they go, hey, pick a destination. We'll fly you there for free.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I just remembered a dream I had like 2 weeks ago.
Was it flight related?
No, well, it kind of.
I had a flight related dream recently. Also.
It was about going to the moon on like a Blue Origin thing, but it was all of us. But we had to do it like individually.
Pass.
And when it came up to my turn, I had like the worst nerves ever, and something went wrong with the system, and I was like, I'm out of here. You are not putting me on the. They're like, yeah, we had some engineering errors. It's gonna be an extra 10 minutes. I was like, nah.
That's a fair choice.
But Brandon was already in space.
Oh no.
Wow.
Oh god. Yeah.
All right. Well, all our witches in the comments, please let us know.
Yeah, hit us up. Tell me what the dream means. That's what we really want to know. Thanks for watching. Catch you next week. See you later.
Wait for it, produced by Adam Malia. We are part of the Vox Media Podcast Network, and our intro outro music is by Vane Sill.
Do it.
And Ellis.
And Ellis.
I can hear.
Good. You're Good.
I need to also change.
Good. And perfect.
There's one historical movie scene that comes to mind for me when I think about Sid Meier's Civilization 7, and it's not a flashy arena fight in Gladiator or Mission Control cheering as we safely bring Apollo 13 back home.
Oh my.
It's Leo DiCaprio as Howard Hughes in The Aviator, running his hand along an airplane fuselage and insisting that he doesn't want to see any rivets.
She has got to be clean. Clean.
There's some method to the madness of smoothing out the texture in its design, and at times I can see why Firaxis went in this direction, but while it takes some good swings with combat and diplomacy, and it is still overall a good time to build a civilization from the ground up, I find that this obsessive streamlining is more often than not to the long-awaited 4X successor's detriment. Let me just restate for emphasis right from the jump that I don't hate playing Civ 7. It retains a lot of the series' signature charm and polish. There's an almost indefinable quality of craftsmanship to it that none in the barrage of recent Civ competitors has been able to fully replicate. It's more like this iteration was designed by Apple, trying to be user-friendly by taking away the ability to dig into the guts of its systems or fine-tune your experience, and I'm more of an Android person. The biggest culprit here is the interface, which simply doesn't provide enough of the information I would hope to find in a strategy game of this complexity. Learning to play Civ 7 is downright frustrating. And while I eventually figured out how to live with its woefully inadequate tooltips and bare
God, bro. Oof, fuck, man. This...
EA Sports. It's in the game.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're here. So look, right now we're going to eat. We're going to actually sit down and just actually go into the world of love of you. What are you in love with? What do you love? What do you like? What you dislike? What do you think when it comes to love? What do you put in?
Well, what I think when I come to love now, I think about like I love what I do, my art, my son, family, community. You know, that's what when I think love, I think about that.
Yeah. And then in love, do you think that's a big difference?
So yeah, I think that in love is an emotion, and I think that love is a choice.
Break that down.
It's more based off of a feeling, like it's a vibe. Oh, I feel like I'm in love with you. Like everything is bliss, everything is exciting. But I think love is actually the choice you make to.
So when you're in love with somebody, do you feel like they can do wrong? Because it's like no. But if you're in love with them, it's like no matter what you do, I'm there.
So I think that's like the road to loving somebody or choosing to love somebody or not. Like you can get to the in love, and then when you see the flaws, are you going to choose to love them or not?
It's like, okay, let's just throw it out there. Like if I'm in love with cookie and cream, it don't matter. Like, all right, let's put cookie and cream in hot sauce, I'm gonna love it. Cookie and cream on top of motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Like a pork chop, I'm gonna love it, right? Because it's like whatever it does, I'm in love with it, so I'm going along with it.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Like in love is.
I think in love is a little like that until it goes
away.
Left.
Yeah. It's like I'm not in love with you.
And then suddenly, I don't love you. Yeah, that's why I feel like it's the in love thing is fleeting. The love, you made a choice to ride.
Right.
Bro, this ain't funny. Like I wouldn't let my.
What if I told you that hers customers report losing over 9 pounds in their first month? While on compounded GL.
My dog watch this shit. Same awkward look, same awkward stare. I'm tired of watching this. I'm tired. I'm gonna watch a little bit more and shit to get better, but.
And then the project you got coming out.
One of them days.
Yeah. So like, what did the name come from?
You know what? It was a minute for us to figure out that name.
Oh, you got the help too? Like,
all of us was me, it was Issa, it was SZA, and then obviously all the other Macro, all the other producers, Sony, and we was just like thinking, what should we call the movie? What should we call the movie? And I don't know who said one of them days, but for a minute everybody was trying to figure it out. I kind of like one of them days immediately in the beginning. And then as time went on, that just became the one. We all felt like that was the one because the movie is about
a bad day. So was it 2 days or 1 day?
One full day.
When the last time you had one of them days?
No time wasted, and we're back on the way here.
Just the other day, about 2 days ago, where everything just feels like it's doing too much.
And do you feel like it's just energy adapt to you? Like it comes to you? Like.
So that's a really good question. I feel like when you're having a bad day, it could be you got to really get your energy right because the start of a bad day could be like
they've got a corner kick here with the scoreboard level. They can really use it to move up.
So you can always
play it right into the ball.
That's how bad day.
And that's it for the attack. The post clear.
Damn, this is a bad day because the moment that you admit that it's a bad day, it's just gonna go wrong.
Yeah. I be having bad days, but I lie out of them sometimes.
You lie out of them?
Yeah, sometimes lying is good. You just gotta know when to lie.
How did they help a bad day though?
So basically, I felt like it was times where I was going on a date, right? Not having enough money, but I went on a date and I told myself I do got it. And then you killing the ball, like not killing it, but you like mastering it. You making her feel good, and then you just like, oh, like shit, like I forgot my wallet. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then she just like, or just anything. And she like, I'm so much in love with you, I'll take care of it. I just feel like people don't like realization when it comes to dating. They don't want you to be too upfront. Then I know you don't want no guy that's too upfront right when you meet him.
I mean, what's up front?
Just everything. It's just like.
Show me, give me an example.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing fine. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, yeah, I found you doing good. I'm in a grocery store and I'm checking you out and I've been following you around for like an hour.
The ball back in play.
And you know what I'm saying? I just left my girl.
Good looking
And
move
I put
here.
me and her on the table breaking up. I just told her like that because I don't really love her name as much. but I feel like you can be somebody that can replace me. So I'm coming.
Okay, now that's not a
that's being real.
No, that's having no coof. That's having no tact. That's what that is. That's what that. Now to me, a guy being up front with this same storyline.
So much.
First of all, the grocery store ain't it. So if we get to the chance to get out the grocery store, it's like, hey, look, you look good. I seen you when I was in the aisle. I don't want to bother you, ma'am.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do so much just to get one win.
You
the guy.
Just to get one fucking win.
Okay, and I'm Kiki. As you can see,
oh my goodness,
I'm here, and we're here in my office, Prospect, and we got wonderful news for you. For my new users, when you sign up with the code Funny Marco and you play $5, you get $50. I had brain freeze. You get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 with the same game you love with a new offer, more or less. Just remember, use code Funny Marco. That's all you got to do. Just remember, just put in Funny Marco, and you're gonna get it. Dan gonna pass it back to you. Let's get back to it. Hey!
Look. You look like the type that already got something going on.
I do. I very do. And I don't know why you're approaching me.
Whoa. Fuck you then, bitch. No, I'm playing.
Oh, wow.
Because that's crazy. If I did that, that's crazy. Now, I might be like, look, no,
But that's who you really want to be. That's you being up front.
Up front like that is crazy. You need that. People gotta have tags. You can be up front and have tag and be cute with it.
All right, so in the women world, when you want to talk to a girl and she's out in public with the kids, and it's your only time seeing her, is that okay to approach her? You'll never see her again.
It is.
Right. All right, your son's 7 years old, right?
Okay.
You're at Disney World. I'm there. And I'm like, hey, yo, watch out, little man. How you doing?
Oh, hell no. Watch out, little man. Oh, no, baby. Don't even address my son like that. It should be like, hey, excuse me, how you doing, sir?
At 7 years old, they bad at that point.
Damn, dog, these motherfuckers suck, bro. I hate playing Rush. I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm just trying to get one easy win in so I can finish leveling up Lava, and I'll probably turn in FIFA off. Probably do a little Call of Duty before I call it quits. I can't stand this game, but I'm addicted to it. I've been playing it since I was a kid, so.
I really wanted
but I really
them
can't
for the
stand this
birthday
fucking
party.
game.
Like, one store can't even have one balloon.
I don't know what the fuck they got going on with all these balloons, man. I'm constantly wasting gas. I promise you, look, I'm starting to get ticked off for real. Who the fuck would buy all the damn balloons?
As you can see, this is Mr. Balloon Man. We got so many balloons. Who gives a fuck about a balloon? This is 3,065, 960, 67, 6, ... part episode.
Watch it take
of
a
the
year and a
balloon
day to
challenge.
find an opponent now. Now we have an actual team, somebody who's a striker. The last team I played, everybody chose fucking like center defensive midfielders. And one person wasn't even playing for real.
My Instagram is Oliver St. Julia, and I drove my girl car here to work. And matter of fact, we need to hurry your shit up. I got to pick up soon. So.
What's up? It's your boy Pudgy Finesse. My Instagram is Pudgy, and I'm here because I heard that the contestants eat for free. Fuck these hoes.
Hi, everyone, and welcome on this fine evening to the Nike Air Zoom Arena. Fernando Palomo here with you, and I'll be bringing you all the end-to-end action. Get ready for some rush.
My name DC, Instagram _
Okay.
OGDC. Man, cause I really ain't shit.
2, 1, go get that ball!
My name Jeppy MTB.
Find a bit of space there.
Instagram Jeppy _MTB.
I
look like Trey Songz.
Right?
Come here.
And there's a chance to go on the break. Finding a bit of space in the frame.
I'm Tristan. I have an Instagram. And I must be the diversity hire because everyone else here is black.
Well, out goes the corner. When the score all leveled up, maybe they can use it for something.
Let them know your name.
Ball
Destiny
play
Mac.
short.
Follow me on Instagram at @DestinyMac.
All right, you mind showing?
They're not looking in any rush here.
All right, so
Hey, look,
do you mind?
That's the go-ahead one. Will we see a reply from the opponents from now?
Do I give him a quick 16?
Play has resumed. What an elegant way to defend
As you can see,
an
bro,
opportunity.
back to you, Dan.
Oh, there's a chance of a
I told you.
breakaway.
All right, so look.
Well, maybe they can do better next time, right?
The celebrity baby.
Guess the celebrity baby.
Yeah.
Okay, cute.
And they played
So we're
short.
gonna go right here.
Oh, this looks like Adele.
Decent
Okay.
challenge. But
It
keep
looks just like
possession
her.
in there.
Okay.
This is,
I've not looked
John
at the
Legend.
whole of that career, but I think that's the easiest one to
Let
get.
it tonight,
Moving the ball well up on the right wing.
Baby, tonight,
Golazo! An incredible bit of play and a bit of skill here and there.
This is Rihanna.
Very few players can do that in the world of football. The defender stood no
This man is impressive.
She's actually close to somebody.
Don't say too much, because I want to still get it. Give me a light hit. I love it.
A dancer, she's a
To
singer.
say the least,
She's a
in
dancer, she's a
danger.
singer,
That
she's
was
new and
certainly
upcoming.
deserving
No,
of
no,
a
she's
blue
been in the
card.
game for a long time.
We're going to get things moving again with that short pass.
So like, she's been in the
She's
game.
a legend.
Yep.
This is a legend, and she sings and she dances?
Yep, had weight loss.
And there's a chance to go on the break.
Had weight
The ball in
loss.
back in position.
Singing and dancing.
Excellent work from the
Pop
defender.
song.
Can they finish
She's
it
a
from
pop
here?
star.
And it's
Singing and dancing? She had weight and she lost. Pop star.
Yeah.
As pretty as you like. What a great group of players.
She's cool. She's real close with the actor that she had in the
Nicely done. They broke it down in the middle
What
of
a
the
cute
park.
baby.
Up the nose, and it's time for a corner kick.
This gives Lizzo. It
Yeah,
gives
it does.
Jim White and
And they're playing
White.
from the
Yeah.
corner.
What you want,
Oh, they
White?
missed
Yeah,
it.
That's
that's it.
exactly what she
Goal
looked.
advantage, not helping
Says
their
woman.
accuracy
This
in
picture is
any
also
way.
like, she
Yeah.
always.
They could
This is
not
100%
capitalize on
right
that
here.
blue card
No, it's
advantage
not.
of this shot.
Yeah.
This
Not long
baby is.
before we see
Look
a
at it.
player
Just look at
re-enter
it.
the
Just look
pitch.
at it. Just stare. Just
Without
look
great
at it.
block,
Look
and that's the
at
kind
this
of
a black
players you
baby?
want when
It's
you're
a black
playing
baby.
down.
It's mixed, baby.
He looked to
I
be out
know
here.
this ain't. I know this ain't Victor for the Beyonce.
That's B.I.
This is B.
That's B.
Let's go.
That's the one and only B.
I see nobody eyebrow.
Yep, that was
You
it.
know how eyebrows always.
Yep, they always moving around. Here we go, right here.
Right into the box.
Who is this baby?
Let's see. He went through a lot, and like he probably was in the hood like the movie we shot him.
Wait. They're offside.
Yep.
Oh my, they're going to call this one back. It's so
Can you do your best
unfortunate.
ice cream impression?
Hey, come back. You nigga, you walk up and down the
Looks
street
like
acting
their
like somebody
time in the
playing.
sit-in
Ain't
is
nobody
over.
playing
They're
with
back
you.
to full strength.
Get up, critic.
Clock's been winding down steadily, and we're halfway through this match. What will we see in the second half?
All right, so this is really good. I really want you to do that in your best 50 Cent voice. Read it in 50 Cent
Getting
voice. That's his
themselves in a
tweet
good
right here.
position.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna do 50, and then you do this one. I can't believe my grandma.
That's good.
Yeah, sounds just like a mom.
That's really good.
Great precision.
I can't believe my grandma came up to me at the brothers. I'm fucking rich as don't need this shit. Motherfucker keep talking shit. Hanging out windows and choppers. I got 54, 50. 50.
I'm in Nas Berry.
No.
Why?
That sound like Rick Ross.
Who am I doing? No, I'm asking you, so you know.
Shaq.
Okay, you know.
I
This do
get
sound
it.
like
This
Shaq.
is the time of the game where
I'm a
they
Nas
decide to
Berry
just be
fan.
the fancy ones,
And
right?
my bust
That
too
is Rick
big to fit in the
Ross.
seats. Well, maybe them niggas sound the same. Shit.
We're looking to build something from this.
Somebody farted. Was it
It's a
you?
yellow card this time. You know what? Azul en la tarjeta.
And what do you do when you
Straightforward, no signs about what they just did.
I usually go off to a back corner somewhere.
Well, there you have it.
And
More
laugh.
players
So
in field
on
chances to
set,
get the ball back.
you didn't have to fart one
Just
time.
how you do it in practice,
you
right?
have gas.
Oh,
So
there's
you
a chance
farted
of a
on.
breakaway. Can it be the keeper from
You
here?
think that's okay? Not good. So in public,
Made sure
I want
to
to
get this
actually
going.
test your skills on running guys, hopefully, and like, how do you
An
handle
amazing save.
when people come at you.
Okay, let's do it.
I actually got him in here. He's a good guy. He's actually
Challenging to
on
get
his good
possession.
game. You know, he's
Well, you
up
could
and
always say
coming.
a corner kick is
His
better
name is
than a shot on goal.
Pudgy. He's a fitness trainer.
Oh, that corner
Yeah,
can be
he's a fitness
dangerous.
trainer.
And the whistle's gone. We're offside. They're really rushing the free kick. They football with their hands.
Taxes, was waiting and wondering
Oh, that's so unlucky against
and
the odds,
worrying.
playing short-handed.
Now Taxes
Still on the
is
attack.
matching with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you. Who can do your taxes in a day,
Great work from the defender. Visiting
so you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
And it was to be expected to get more personnel on the field to get the ball back. Well, they're defending like they're playing some other kind of football.
How you doing, Kiki?
Moving the ball well up on the right wing.
Oh, you know my real name.
Great idea
Okay,
and
did you
bad
research?
execution.
You like my jacket?
It is nice.
Made out of boyfriend material.
Come on, Lines.
You like that?
I
They play
liked
moving
it. It made me a
forward.
little smart.
But again, a fair challenge and winning the ball.
Did you order food?
Whistle's
I
gone
did.
and it'll be an offside.
So then, that's it. I'm talking. I just feel like the food should be
No
out.
time wasted
I
here.
know,
Free kick taken.
Dude, but you know how
We're going
restaurants
into
are.
the
They must
last
be
10
busy.
seconds. And they're through
Yeah.
here.
I'll never be too busy for you.
Really? So what do you do?
It could be.
What you mean by that?
Well, you said you never be too busy, so I was curious of what you do.
Oh, I'm a business owner.
Be honest.
Chance for
Be
the
honest.
keeper. What a great finish.
Okay.
I do a Marco.
Thank you. Jeez Louise, man.
So what could you
They
provide?
gave it all today.
I like
Emotional support? Or?
I mean, just a shoulder.
I think I just had to.
I love that. That's important.
That's
That
important.
was it.
I
Okay.
feel like I'm the catch. You know? I
Then
got
how did we
food
get
stamps,
there?
And I got food stamps. And you a busy lady, so there's a lot that you gotta do. So I could take care of the food shopping all the time.
So you're here to be you're here to be Mr. Mom.
Accessible for you, yeah, basically.
Okay. Well, I need to know really the game plan. How far are you going? Are you really scheduled? Are you really going to give that role what it needs to give?
Probably.
So are you making my meals?
Of course.
What is it for meals? What are the meals? Breakfast, lunch, or dinner?
All three.
What is it?
Breakfast, I'll start you off with like something I would get. I would get like a Caesar salad, but I replace the
Be
lettuce.
honest. Be honest. Be honest. You're not getting no salad.
Why are you doing this?
Because if
I'm
you're
saying
trying to
be
be the
real.
full-time
Look,
chill,
so basically,
we need to get this in order.
I order a Caesar salad like when I'm at a restaurant,
Okay.
and then I replace the lettuce like with wings, and I replace the tomatoes with like fries.
I'm
But
saying
it's
that.
always good to, you don't like wings and fries?
No. I like wings and fries on a specific time in a specific mood. For breakfast?
You're not my type of girl. You can't wake up and eat wings and fries. You're not a real human.
Okay. Well, guess we rest our case.
All right. What do you rate the game?
It was all over the place.
Uh-huh.
You know, he came here with a plan of switching gender norms. He wants to come in here and be Mr. Mom, but had no plan on making sure that everything was handled for me when I got home. You can't come in here and bust that out and not have a plan for that. He didn't know what he was gonna feed me morning, lunch, or dinner. You know, what he didn't even mention my baby. What he was gonna, is he gonna be taking him to school? So I just felt like it was all a farce.
So if you had to rate it between 9 and 10, what would you rate it?
0.
No,
Okay.
between 9 and 10.
Okay. And what would you change?
What you mean, what would I change?
If you get like
Exactly.
with the
Period.
information
There
you
was
gave you,
nothing
what
to
would you
change.
We'll
change?
see how Lava does tomorrow. I'm gonna play
Take
some
the baby
Call
to
of
school.
Duty. And
What?
You want me to take the baby to school? I'll take the baby to school. There's nothing else I'm
it
doing.
shouldn't
I'll
get under my
take him to
skin any
school.
more than it already does.
If there's nothing else I'm doing, but he said he ain't doing
I got to
nothing.
level
So
up
you
a
should
lot.
be doing stuff round the
No,
clock.
but I'm saying, because you started mentioning kid, would I take him to school? That's what you want me to do. I could drop him off at school.
And what kind of car would you be driving?
I have a Cybertruck.
And why are we
Just
doing
play
that?
1 or 2 rounds of duty.
Where's the
and
Cybertruck coming from?
Where's it coming from?
Yeah. How do we get
I
it?
pay for it.
With what money?
Money that I borrowed from
That's
Mark.
the extra
Oh, the
car.
one you
That's
bought
the
from
extra
you.
car that I got, and
Oh,
he drive
great.
it. Yeah.
Oh, great. Well, then as long as you
Yeah,
got
not
it
to
from
be
somebody.
messy, you be, and then the outfit he got, I got it for him too. Not to be
So are
messy.
y'all together?
No, it's very messy.
I'm just supporting him.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not being messy. I'm not gonna put none of his
He did not
business
buy
out.
me this outfit.
Yes, I did.
Where I get it from?
Seems like y'all have a lot to figure out.
Tall and big, tall and big.
You don't even know the name of the store.
Yeah, I took you.
Did we go to school together?
No, it's okay. You can
I
get
could
him
have
now.
sworn
It's
we
okay.
had chemistry.
Now, what's this? What are these lines being pulled from? Google?
He look them up on when I'm driving in the car. He look up lines, and then he got another one like, "What's your Instagram?" My mama told me to follow my dreams. It's a lot of that he used. And I'm not being salty. I'm not a hater, and I'm not a clock blocker. So That's just what it is.
It's everything that he's doing right now.
4 of her movies that she played
Of
in.
course, my favorite, Kill Enemy.
Okay, keep going.
Jumping.
Jumping!
Okay, next one.
The Longest Yard.
The long shot, yes!
Okay, and then the new movie that she had come out, it came out yesterday. Did you go see it?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yep.
It's not even out yet.
But
it's not even out yet. One of them
I'm
days
good
out.
friends with Issa.
You
Well,
are.
Yeah, asked her about Pudgy, you know. So she got Sony to send the movie over to me.
She did.
One of mine.
What'd you think of the ending?
I don't want to spoil it for these people in there that didn't see it.
Good one.
Put the ending. Bravo.
How did you hear about the movie?
The Issa is crazy. Issa?
I call her Issa. It's a funny thing.
Issa like fun.
And she call me Fuji and I'm Pudgy, so I'll be like Issa. And then she started out from there.
Okay, how about you FaceTime her? Yeah, go ahead, Twan. Yeah.
Hey Siri. FaceTime Issa.
He's not calling nobody. Well, it's okay. You can get up. It's all right. You don't mind getting up. Yeah.
All right. Well, it was wonderful to meet you.
I know. I know you sad I'm leaving, but
I am.
I'll be around.
You want to get up? Get the fuck out of here.
Kiki, do you love me?
The people that's tuning into the movie, what do you feel like they should expect? Or you can look into your camera and let them know what should they expect.
Hey, it's your girl Keeks, and when you
They
see
know it's you.
when you see one of them days, you know, you can expect to just have fun. Take one of your homegirls, homeboys, your peoples in them, and just kick back, eat some popcorn, and have a good laugh, hopefully.
You gotta give it more energy. Okay. Hey, you guys, this is me, Funny Marco, and I'm
They know that you're Funny Marco. Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Marco, and one of them days is out right now. The good thing about this movie is when you get to the end, you see me, and the best part about me being in it, it was a great experience to work with the lovely ladies that we had. We had dope people. The ending is amazing. And watching you see the ending, you gotta stay and watch the ending, and it'll let you know that this is so crazy that we brought out some people that you never thought you would ever see in a movie, and we brought them here. You know, and we in LA, so you never know who you're gonna see. Like I said, a lot of people was asking, is Tupac in the movie? I'm like, you never know. You got to stay to the end. And on that note, this is, we didn't never get the food. I don't know what happened, but this is Eating the Wit. Marco and
Yum.
And then you just look in the camera and then just do like your best look.
And cut.
You look like the type that already got something going on.
I very do. And I don't know why you're approaching me. I'm very busy. Do you know who I am?
That is not what I would do.
I'm being kiki right now. You gotta put it in the guy.
Okay.
All right. All right, name more 4 characters in it. Name 4 characters in the movie.
First off, the boyfriend. The guy at the gas station.
He saw
This is all on. This is the trailer. Yes.
Wow, you almost got it.
At the end of this podcast, I'm going to give you the hug your dad never gave you.
I see him looking at me right now and really thinking about like, yeah, this he needs a hug.
Or maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe I'm hoping that I could get a hug from the hands that caught that ball right off the turf. Maybe you could hold me, gently rock me before I go to my next dancing monkey gig that I have to do.
You do a lot of these dancing monkey gigs.
I do, and this is probably the bottom of the list.
Welcome to a very special episode of Games with Names, presented by Coors Light. I'm Julian Edelman, they're Jack and Kyler, and we are on a mission to find the greatest game of all time. And on today's episode, we are covering Bears versus Dolphins, Week 13, 1985 Monday Night Football game with legendary comedian, die-hard sports fan, and Boston icon, Bill Burr. and we get into talking his thoughts on the current National Football League.
The NFL's in a bad place. The only storyline they have right now is can he three-peat?
His Boston sports Mount Rushmore.
And I can only pick one white wide receiver, so I'll go with Wes Welker.
Where Dan Marino ranks in all-time.
Nobody could beat the Bears. And this guy went in, he had no weapons, no defense.
And then we get in to the Chill Zone, presented by Coors Light. We're hitting the old chill eye to answer your questions about this week's game. You gotta stick around to the very end. Let's go. Games with Names is a production of iHeartRadio. December 2nd, 1985, the Orange Bowl, Miami, Florida.
17-year-old Bill Burr with an orange afro. No girlfriend. Flunking math. He sits down in front of a square TV. Perfection is in the sight for the monsters of the Midway. Monday Night Football.
But Don Shula and Dan Marino have other plans.
This is the Bears versus Dolphins, Week 13, 1985.
Welcome to Games with Names. Today we have a very special guest to talk about a very random game.
How dare you?
We're going to talk about the 1985 Week 13 Bears versus Dolphins Monday Night Football game with Bill Burr. And Bill, I have one question to ask you in one sentence.
Okay.
Why did you pick this game?
Because after Dan Marino played, or during his career, he got all of this crap that he couldn't win the big one. And he had no weapons. He had no defense. He had an older coach who had a chain of steakhouses. Shoeless, right? The game had passed him by. It wasn't like, he kept, adding to his game. They caught up to him. The guy had no running back. He had nothing. He had no help, okay? And everybody was saying, making it sound like this guy wasn't good. He's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time who had no help. And in 1985, nobody could beat the Bears. And this guy went in with like a regular defense. Not only beat him, smoked him. 38-24. Dude, they were beating like the Cowboys, who were just perennial, Tom Landry, late in his career. They beat him like 44-0. I remember that on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And the what is it? The 46 defense, dude, was like mythical by the fourth week of the season, and no one was going to stop these guys, and they were going to win the Super Bowl, which God knows they did against my Patriots. We were up 3-0 though. Tony Franklin.
3-0.
Yep, and he went in and just straight up beat him. And I just always feel like one of the biggest curses in sports. There it is. I still remember that cover. And that was mind-blowing. That was mind-blowing that the Dallas Cowboys could get beat that bad at home. They absolutely destroyed them. But like one of the biggest curses in the NFL is to be a highly sought-after draft pick, right? Because you usually end up on a bad team. But then he lucked out going so late in the draft for reasons we're not going to discuss. But if you ever go to Pittsburgh, you can figure it out pretty quickly.
I don't know Pittsburgh like that, but I can put one and one together.
Yeah, he got around town.
Now, Bill, is this the greatest game of all time?
No. I think everybody's gonna pick like you guys versus the Falcons or something like that. But like this is one of the most overlooked games of all time, and all of these like fat sports writers who were never picked in gym class, they can't wait for the dip in somebody's career. And their thing with him, well, he can't win the big one and blah blah blah, and they ignore this game. They ignore the people around. I remember, like, his running backs were like Delvin Williams during his career, Tony Nathan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the football player. Swear to God. And he had Duper and Clayton, who were fantastic.
They were really good.
Fantastic. I don't know, but like the Dolphins had like the last two white cornerbacks in the league. They had like who was it? The Greg and Lyle and Kyle Blackwood or something like that.
The Exciting Whites.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, one was a strong safety. I don't know what the other guy was. Okay, you got all the names here. Fulton Walker, you remember the first guy to take a kickoff back in the Super Bowl.
Don't remember that.
But look at these names. Does any of these names, anybody here jump out at you like, oh my God?
Dan Marino.
Dan Marino.
Don Shula.
Look at that team. You're telling me this team beats the 85 Bears. They do, and why?
Because the guys were at home with the champagne glasses trying to defeat the undefeated. The old Miami Dolphin guys, you know how they
Now, you played this game professionally, right?
I did. I tried.
Okay. And so you just went with that ESPN take?
I tried.
You know?
Honestly,
it was 85 degrees in Miami. Chicago's a cold weather team. I'm telling you, I gotta tell you,
Bill, that's hard. Huh? That's fucking hard.
What is hard?
Look, do you see our record in fucking Miami in December? It's like owing like $1 million. Because when you go
because it was too hot out? Dude, well, because you guys went to South Beach the night before.
You think we went to South Beach the night before with Bill Belichick? You think we went to Bill Belichick?
Hot ass. Your team. Every year I watch it with the Bruins and the Celtics. They come here. They go down to Anaheim. Oh, they play the Clippers and the Lakers. They always lose one. There's always one night is always the party night, and then we're going to try against the Lakers. That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
If you saw the Celtics with the big three against the no-name Clippers, it was 50-50 that they were going to lose that game badly.
It's only a defeat.
I used to go to it every year because I can't stand Lakers fans because I don't mind the upper deck ones, but the ones down low in the Staples Center, it's just mouth.
I was getting nervous though.
Mouth breathing morons. Just a bunch of old guys with like 18-year-old kids. It's horrible. And then you go to Miami and it's the same thing. It's a bunch of 60-year-old guys dressed all in white linen like Hannibal Lecter when he's going to eat that guy at the end of the movie. And they're hanging out with like these 21-year-olds. And then you guys get down there and you're like, wow, what is this? Some wide-eyed kid from Kansas, wherever the fuck you're from. You can't handle it. You can't handle it. And you go down and what do? You lose money for guys like me. And I came here today for an apology.
I'm sorry, Bill. I'm fucking. Well, can we discuss what's the greatest game of all time to you then? What is your greatest game of all time?
I mean, how do you pick the greatest game of all time? This isn't like stand-up where you just go Richard Pryor and you're done.
No.
The greatest game of all time. I don't know. I'm an underdog guy, so I always like underrated stuff. Like one of the greatest fights I ever saw was Michael Dokes versus Evander Holyfield, and they never bring it up. I don't know why. It's an incredible fight. This game they never bring up. Or maybe I'm a contrarian. Maybe that's the way I keep people away, you know, and I don't let them in. You know? Like, you know how much I'm enjoying whatever the fuck this is between us? It's fantastic.
This thing?
If I had to sit even closer to you in your Suzanne Summers Reeboks, I would really be uncomfortable.
Suzanne Summers?
Those are men's sneakers?
These are men's sneakers.
Those are men's sneakers. That's what you guys are doing. That is the future of this country, that a man can walk around with borderline slippers. I know they have a stripe on the side of them.
But these are the same shoes from like 1970. You were probably
Have you ever seen the ladies with leg warmers that wore them when I was growing up?
No.
You look like you should be doing this.
This is a nurse.
Okay, everybody. Now,
is this a nurse shoe to you?
Huh?
It's a nurse shoe. Are you calling
No, it's feminine. You're very progressive. You're wearing bracelets. I like this whole after football you.
You know, this
Did you have to sit on this your whole career and act like you like steaks?
My daughter made this.
Huh?
My daughter made that.
Was that supposed to make me ease up on you?
No, that's just
all
that's
right. Well,
literal the truth.
You know what's the greatest thing about it? I have a 7-year-old daughter. I went in because I don't have a desk or anything because I'm an adult. So I was trying to write out something. So I sat down at her desk. She was in school. The greatest thing about I'm a 7-year-old. There was cookie crumbs on top of the desk. It just fucking made me laugh. Like, these kids are so funny. They think that they're sneaking, and they always like the level of evidence that they leave. Kids and people who wax CEOs. It's just the level of like evidence that they leave around. I love that everybody thought that was a professional hit. And you're sitting there talking to some chick in like Starbucks, DNA, backpack, cell phone, still carrying the gun.
He was professional enough to do the shelling, though. The shell thing.
You know what I loved about him? I loved his belief. You know? That, like, he had a whole list. He was like, all right, that's the first guy. Like, he was just going to go around like it was some Tom Cruise movie. And, like, somehow he was, like, the Bourne Identity. He was going to be, like, you know, Tokyo drifting around City of, like, killing CEOs, and they weren't going to catch him immediately. I mean, come on. Like, if he just shot some shithead in the back, and, oh my God, what's going on with New York? And they would eventually got to it, but like the level that they went after that guy, the level, you can't have that. Money can't have money unless they make the call. You can't have some rando coming around deciding. He's not at the table.
No.
He's not with the Illuminati.
He could be.
Can I ask you a question? When you bring chicks over, do you take out the guitar?
No, that's actually.
Oh, I thought that was yours. I really just picture.
I'm a
you,
pianist.
"Ooh, dream weaver. It would just serenade. It's after football. I need a new angle. I can't hit him with the stats anymore.
No stats. So, Bill, what's day life nowadays for you? What are you doing these days?
Well, I just scratched the rim on my car because I can't park new cars anymore. You sit so low in them. You know
What kind
I mean?
of car?
What kind of car do I have? I have a Jaguar because everybody has a BMW and a Mercedes, and I have kids, and I needed a back seat. But now I found out that the Jaguar has like the same engine as like the Land Rover, Range Rovers.
Yeah, they're English cars.
Yeah, and they're like notorious, like lemon
Terrible.
laws. Is this on the internet or is this on real TV?
My
Because then
dad's
I have to lie and be like, Range Rovers are a fantastic investment. No, my mechanic already told me. He goes, no matter what you do with this car, it's junk by the time it's 100,000 miles. And it already like overheated. It's annoying. You know what I mean? So I don't know what I'm gonna do.
My dad's a mechanic, and the first thing he ever told me, never buy an English car.
Yeah, what is there? You know?
They just don't know.
They're like the worst people on the planet. Because you take the Germans, like the English, not good with people.
Not good with people,
Right?
but great with
great with
engineering.
machines. Great with machines. England just 0 for 2. 0 for 2, no
for a lot.
brushing, no flossing. They got meat pies or something over there.
What is their food? Chips and or fish and chips?
Other people, I don't know. They just kind of go around the world.
Yeah.
I do love when I go over and they go, what's wrong with America? It's like, well, you started it. The fuck you? This was your baby. You know what I mean? And you taught us how to treat people. That's what's going on with it. I don't put it all on them.
A lot of it. I put a lot on the French too.
It's a beautiful room.
Yeah, it's cedar.
This is the age we're at right now.
This is.
I just looked at your wall. It says a beautiful room. You got a little more excited. You go, this is cedar. I know. Oh, is that? So you can have like a wool sweater in here and like
no,
moths?
I think it's actually
That
good
is
with
fantastic.
bugs.
It is.
Yeah, cedar wood is like really good with bugs. I think it doesn't allow bugs to live in it.
I think it's more technical than that. Okay.
Something like
There's something about the wood. This is great. Don't you love when two dumb guys don't know what they're talking about?
100%.
This is great.
But this
All
is
right.
what people want to listen
Well,
to.
let's go with it.
Yeah. So
There's something about they don't like the smell of it.
I think there's something to do with the radiant. I don't know, but I just wanted to throw that word out there.
I like radiant, and I totally bought it when you said it.
Yeah.
I was like, he knows what this is.
I have no clue. I'm a dumb football player, Bill. Now
I'm a stupid comic. I do shit jokes.
Yeah, but I don't think, honestly, for me, I think comics are like some of the smartest people I've met.
That's because you haven't hung out with us and you're romanticizing the art.
No, I have hung out with a lot of
you're gonna
comics.
tell us we're sad clowns.
No.
They're so happy when they're on stage, and then we just walk away. You know?
No, there's
Head
definitely
hanging.
always something that has.
I'm glad I was able to make your day more enjoyable. For all the young comedians out there, it's one of the biggest lies ever that if you have enough fucking cameras, Jesus fucking Christ.
Got you one, me
Doing
one,
like the
us
national
one.
news. Oh, okay, this
Got
is me.
one.
Don't buy into that bullshit that if you're happy, you're not going to be funny. If you get married and find love, you're not going to be funny. It isn't. It's an amazing thing, and it gives you a whole new way of viewing the world. And if you're funny, you're funny. That's what it is, right? Like if you somehow serenade the right woman, right, with that guitar, and you get married, does that mean you can't catch the football anymore? Does that mean you don't have the desire?
I tell you right now, I literally didn't get in relationships during my career because I felt guys got softer when they had marriage. I saw it firsthand.
You did.
When
So they're saying that as far as your research goes.
As far as my research goes,
I get that because then
I felt that like I saw a couple guys that were, you know, I won't put no names out there, but they got married and it just felt like the main reason wasn't the main reason anymore.
I tried to say something nice, and then you just come at me with facts. can't argue that. I know, because then they'd be like, you don't trust again, Julian. And you're like, it's just a headache. And they're going, no.
It'd be like that.
It's my hip.
Yeah. I like to wind down with either Call of Duty or Dave the Diver. I could have probably pressed Dave the Diver more, but FIFA got me worked up. But thanks for watching. I'll be on later tonight. Yeah.
No way, the guy went through to
Later.